Yes, thank you for the helpful participation. You're getting gratitude from the folks in the room. Okay, and also, Andre, you asked me to begin again.
Well,
I'm going to say the verse again, but I don't know that I'm going to repeat everything I just said because I can't repeat everything I just said. So we'll take that into our hearts. And I'll say this. In classical mythology, Mnemosyne is the goddess, the Titan goddess of memory. And there's something really significant about the activity of memory that shapes and forms our experience. And while having a recording is a beautiful thing, it imposes itself on the activity of this being. And I say it that way because whenever I have had a recording of something, if I don't look at it right away, what I remember about what I heard takes on a different kind of form. And then when I hear the recording, I think, oh, that's not how I remembered it. It's memory itself that is working in that. So I say that to justify why I'm not going to repeat what I said. And everyone who heard it, you get to offer it to Mnemosyne, goddess of memory. She's also the mother of the muses. And one of the muses is Urania, the muse of astronomy. Among the muses, she's the only one that can see the future. So although contemporary astronomers will say, when we look at the stars, we're seeing light that's traveled such a distance that it's possibly not even there because it took so long, it's so far in the past. And yet, I think about this in the context of ancient cultures, and Urania is actually reading the future. So and then this, well, I did say this not on the recording, about in the sublunary world, time is moving in a linear fashion. And then from beginning to end, beyond the moon sphere, it goes from the end back to the beginning. So there's this kind of contradiction. Are we looking into the past or into the future when we're experiencing starry worlds? Do we have the mobility and the agility in our thinking to do both? So sun rises in the east. It appears to us to go overhead and set in the west. The earth is turning toward the east. So sun seems to go in one direction in our day-wake consciousness. If we just to give it a picture of it, we go to sleep. We lay ourselves down horizontally on the earth, and then the earth turns us in the opposite direction. So we go from the beginning to the end of the day. We lay down, we pick up that end and take it back to the beginning. The sun rises again, and we just continue this weaving process. Okay. I will now say the verse again, and then we'll see if there are any other questions. So from Rudolf Steiner, April 22nd, 1924. At the time of his last Easter on the earth. Cosmic born being, thou clothed in light, strengthened by sun, in the realm of moon's might, blessed art thou by Mars's creative ringing, and Mercury's swiftness, mobility bringing, illumined by wisdom from Jupiter's raying, and by Venus's beauty, love portraying, so that Saturn's venerable spirit ways might consecrate thee to the world of space and time. Excuse me. Okay. Any other questions at this moment? All right, then what I'm going to do, for those of you that are online, I'm going to try to manage the fact that the microphone can't pick me up while I'm standing at this board. But I want to show the relationship between how the planetary spheres in relationship to the Earth are understood if you move esoterically from Earth to Moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. And why is that sequence of planetary spheres different in the organization of our days of the week which is how Rudolf Steiner gave this verse. So just to get ourselves into this environment in which we find ourselves on the earth. And so in the lecture that he gave in July of 1923, The Spiritual Individualities of the Planets, Rudolf Steiner describes how the planets between, I'm going to use my words to describe this, I'm not quoting Rudolf Steiner here, but he's describing how the planets between Earth and Sun are the planets that are connected to the forces of human destiny. So this is Moon, Mercury, and Venus. And if you think of it phenomenologically, these are the only planets that can pass between Earth and Sun. So they have this kind of weaving quality, what we are sending out, what's raying back, just between Earth and Sun. Then moving beyond the Sun sphere, in pointing at the kind of dynamic of Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, at least in translation from the German into the English, Rudolf Steiner uses the word liberating forces. So the forces that belong to the planets beyond the Sun have liberating forces. So we have the destiny planets and the liberating planets, and the Sun stands between them as mediator. So here we have cosmic born being, thou clothed in light, strengthened by Sun. So the Sun mediates between the forces of destiny and the forces of liberation. When we move across the threshold in death, we pass first through, you could say, the destiny spheres until we get to the third heaven of Venus, as far as the shadow of the earth can reach, then entering the Sun sphere, which is where Rudolf Steiner describes where we make most of our cosmic inscription is happening in that Sun sphere. Then moving through Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, now we're in that time between death and rebirth. So after death, moving back toward our star. In saying it that way, I realize there's a whole big piece I didn't say first. I'm going to come back to it, but that now something is being liberated in the destiny. Coming from a star is a very specific description of a process of incarnation that is not a vague poetic reference, but that each of us, each human being, comes from a particular star. And just as an abbreviated way to describe it, it is as though, as a soul spirit being, we come to a moment between death and rebirth that is described as the midnight of the soul. The midnight of the soul, a moment between death and rebirth. And the midnight of the soul is an experience that is described as occurring when we're in the vicinity of our star and the decision is made to once again take up earthly incarnation. If you put it in the context of the Old Testament story of Jonah, he's swallowed by the whale and there has a vision of his future task. So you could say that the moment this decision is made to take up earthly incarnation, the moment Jonah agrees to take up the task that he knows is his, he's been denying it in the story, he's hiding out from God. He's on a ship, the ship is being tossed at sea. All the sailors are really upset. They're making sacrifice to their gods. They find him sleeping below deck. And what are you doing? You need to come up board and help us. And then he says, well, you have to throw me overboard. It's my God that's causing all of this. And so they don't want his blood on their hands, but he says, no, trust me, if you throw me overboard, the storm will stop. So there's a mighty fish there that's been prepared by God to swallow Jonah the moment he's tossed overboard. I would say that is the midnight of the soul. I surrender to the karma and the consequences, and I will take up my future task. So when Jonah goes into the belly of the whale, he sees the future temple, that would be the body, and then has a vision of the task that will unfold. So this, I think, is akin to what we can experience in the vicinity of our star at that significant moment between death and rebirth. And that moment has within it the forces to call together that which will form the physical body in a co-creative process with several hierarchies that have as their outer vestige the constellations of the zodiac. So in ancient cultures, this capacity to understand the working of these godly beings through the zodiac resulted in our being able to say, oh, Aries is connected to the head. It's not because Aries looks like a human head. It's because the beings that send their impulses through the region of zodiac have as their task the formation of the human head. Taurus, the larynx, this region of the human being. Gemini, the limbs, all the way down to Pisces, the feet. There's a question in the room. Lucian.
Speak a little bit more about that. Of the darkness.
So I would describe it this way. You could imagine, I'll put it in
the question.
Yeah, yes, sorry, thank you. The question is, could I talk a little bit more about this moment where the longing, what I heard you say, that midnight of the soul, and this, how this decision to take up earthly incarnation has the strength within it to call together these forces. And then I'm hearing this as, this is a moment of longing, tremendous longing that has the capacity to call something forth. I'll give a context for it, especially because of where we are in the cycle of the year. The 28th of May will be Whitsunday. So 10 days earlier on the 18th is Ascension Day. And in describing the experience of the apostles in this mystery, Rudolf Steiner points to there's still some lack of clarity about the mystery. And that at the ascension of the Christ being, the 11 apostles, so there are only 11 since the betrayal by Judas, there is a bit of confusion. What has happened? We thought we found the master at the baptism. There were 3 years of rich teaching, 3 1/3 years. Then there seems to be a loss at crucifixion, a finding again in resurrection. There's 40 days of rich teaching, and this ascension could almost be likened to a contradiction to the resurrection, because where has this being gone? It takes time for them to recognize it is the I am in one's own being. But during this 10 days from the ascension to the Pentecost, what's developing is a tremendous longing to reunite with that. So longing has the capacity to call together these forces. So there's a prayer that Rudolf Steiner gives, which I know as a prayer for strength. And the translation of it that I have, it's different than where I find it elsewhere. The soul's longings are like seeds. So our longings are like a seed. So if you imagine the spirit germ in the vicinity of its star, it has a longing through the awakening to its karma to meet that, to harmonize within it. And that's like a seed. And when you think of the seed of a plant, or like an acorn, it has a mighty oak tree within it. It has to come, it comes into the physical material world to get the forces to build that from here. So the human being has this kind of seed of the spirit germ that begins to form the moment the decision is made to take up earthly incarnation. And to just read the rest of this verse, the soul's longings are like seeds out of which deeds of will are growing and life's fruits are ripening. So this process of becoming, and then this verse goes on. I feel my destiny feels me. I find my star finds me. I find my aims are finding me. The world and my soul are one great unity. And then comes the caution. When I awaken to this, life grows brighter around me. Life becomes harder for me. Life will be richer within me. So this midnight of the soul has all of this in it, that decision with that consequence. So coming through I imagine it as moving then through this time of gathering these forces to form this physical body from this seed. And then out of, I said time, a space, kind of a spatial Oranos coming in then across the threshold into time at Saturn. Now picking up the rhythm of the inner organism of the human being through the motion of the planets, all the way to the moon sphere. To get very specific, if a soul is coming toward moon sphere at full phase, the intention is for a female incarnation. New phase, a male incarnation. As the soul spirit germ is coming from its star toward earthly incarnation, as it is approaching the moon sphere, the full moon, this is not in a birth chart, this is before we're getting to that moment, but as you are coming, the full moon would indicate that the intention is to come into a female incarnation. If it's new moon, it's a male incarnation. And that's not to say that only females are born at full moon. This is before that. This is before the conception. Yes, this is before that's happening. Because then the soul is coming into that moon sphere. And a call is happening. The soul is calling toward the parents, toward the mother. Because this gathering of starry forces and planetary forces now needs the earth stuff. And so a union with the earthly forces, but it is experienced, you could say, as this spirit germ that was being cultivated from the midnight of the soul slips out of the hands of the one becoming into that earthly realm. And now there's a longing, again, to reunite with that. And that is what's working in the womb of the mother now to nourish this seed that will become the, could say, the temple into which this divine being will enter into the physical world. There's a question. So the question is, what about the phases between new and full? So I would look at the Easter lectures from 1924, where Rudolf Steiner then describes not this which I just said about the male and the female, but that when we are fashioning the etheric or the life body, so when the spirit germ descends into the physical world, the astral body is there, the life body needs to come. It's coming out of this longing to unite with that spirit germ in the physical world. And he describes how we need sunlight for that to happen, but not direct sunlight. It's sunlight that has been reflected, it's being reflected toward the earth by the moon. And that the new moon, and I imagine the waning crescent and the waxing crescent close to that new moon is fashioning the inner etheric. Full moon is fashioning the outer etheric. So we have these gibbous phases, the waxing gibbous and the waning gibbous. So this is connected to that outer etheric. And this is, it's really the etheric body of the human being. You're fashioning that etheric month after month after month. That's what I was just going to say when you first hear it. It's like, what's the inner etheric? What's the outer etheric? Is the inner where the etheric is penetrating the physical and the outer where it's being penetrated by the astral? So this is in this series of Easter lectures. Yeah. Yeah. How much detail to drill down into? That's the question. Yeah. Because I wanted to get back to this on the board behind me. Yes, another question in the room.
From that time from midnight to this crossing into the moon sphere.
So the question is how long from the midnight of the soul in the region of one's star toward earthly incarnation? I can't answer that question. I know that there are formulas that do not can be altered during a Michaelic age. I guess the way I would answer it right now is to imagine that in each 24-hour cycle, I spend about a third of the time in sleep. Sometimes I don't get that much time. So I just go in, come back out. I'm just quickly asleep. I touch something and come back. And I think that in a mychialic age, that's possible. But I have not committed to my memory these formulas for how long does that take. And the reason I don't is because there's a temptation in that. And I want to resist that temptation. So I keep myself naive. I'm sorry if that's not a valid answer for anybody, but that's a genuine, yeah. At a certain point, you've been everybody that's ever been incarnated on the earth, which, the world and my soul are one great unity. So we are a part of all that we have met, that continual becoming. So I can, yeah, that's a non-answer.
Yeah, no.
Thanks for the question. I'm going to look at the longing to return to the earth and Christ, Travis has asked. I will say yes, Travis, the longing to return to the earth and to the Christ being, particularly because at the mystery of Golgotha, the Christ is a son being united with the earth. And we now experience the Christ as a son being from the earth. And this is also described in the Easter 1924 lectures. When we come to a period of time after the mystery, where there are no longer those who lived through it, but only have a historical account of it having happened, a shift occurs. And I'm pointing that out because I think we as an anthroposophical community are at such a moment. Potentially there is no longer anyone alive that was alive when the Christmas conference happened, let alone present at the Christmas conference. We have historical account of what took place. And that shifts, it shifts. So I'm going to try to get back to something much more basic, but I love all the questions. So if you want to get more technical, that's good too. So what I want to show is how just the days of the week weave between the forces of liberation and the forces of destiny. Because when we're in life, we need that continual weaving back and forth. We wake, we sleep, we wake, we sleep. When we die, then it's a direct moving Earth, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun in a kind of a direct way. But in life, we go back and forth, destiny, liberation, destiny, liberation. So I'm just going to draw this image on the board. I've got the planetary glyphs. So the first is the moon. Mercury is a circle with the little horns at the top and the cross below it. Venus, the circle with the cross below it, then the sun. Mars, a circle with the arrow. Jupiter looks almost like a number 4, and Saturn like the letter H, and kind of serves like the H in our alphabet. It stands between vowel and consonant, gives motion between them, just as Saturn marks the boundary between space and time and holds the cosmic memory. So you won't be hearing me, but I'm going to stand up at the board. So we move from the Monday. So Monday from moon, let's see if I could say this. I'll try to do it with the verse. From the realm of the moon's might to the blessed art thou by Mars's creative ringing. So the realm of the moon's might to Mars's creative ringing. And Mercury's swiftness, mobility, bringing. Illumined by wisdom from Jupiter raying. And by Venus's beauty, love portraying. So that that Saturn's venerable spirit ways might consecrate the world of space. So these are the destiny planets. These are the liberating planets. And the sun is between them, mediating. So this is a weaving that happens in the course of our week, where we move from what's described here as the realm of moon's might to the creative ringing of Mars, or you could say from destiny to liberation, back to destiny to liberation, continually weaving the beautiful cosmic harmony. Now, when we look at the biography of an individual in relationship to these kinds of rhythms, it's good to have a context of the rhythm of the bodies that are kind of holding this. So the moon, the closest sphere to us, the body of the moon, not its sphere, but the moon itself, has two significant rhythms: the sidereal rhythm and the synodic rhythm. Synodic is spelled S-Y-N-O-D-I-C. I'll type it in. The question is, does it have anything to do with the synod? I'm not familiar with it enough to know. It could. So the sidereal rhythm of the moon, the word sidereal means relative to the stars. So when we're on the earth, we will have this moment in the cycle of what we call a month, which is, that word comes from moon, when we're not seeing the moon. And this we call new phase. About 27.3 days later, the moon will come back to that same place. That's the sidereal rhythm. However, during that 27 plus days that the moon has made its orbit, the earth has also moved. So when the moon gets back to the place where it started, it's not at new phase because the earth has moved on, and it's as though the moon has to catch up. It takes almost 2 days for it to get there. So the synodic rhythm of the moon is 29.5 days. So two rhythms. You could say this star marked the beginning of the moon cycle. 27.3 days later, it's back at that star. But because the earth has moved on, the moon has to travel on another 2 days to get back to what we call new phase. 29.5 days. Yes. So the dark phase of the moon is that time between the sidereal and synodic rhythms. We're not seeing the moon at that time. There can be each month just before new moon, as though a recapitulation, at least in the feeling life, of everything that happened in the lunar cycle that's now ending. But this 29.5 day rhythm is in beautiful harmony with the 29.5 year rhythm of the orbit of Saturn. So there's a certain harmony between Saturn and moon. And in the spiritual individualities of the planets, Rudolf Steiner describes how the moon beings, spiritual beings that inhabit the sphere of the moon, they tell us nothing about themselves. It's all reflection. They're deeply hidden. This is a beautiful contradiction. That which is closest to us is actually that which is the most hidden. And that the moon beings will not reveal, and you have to approach in a certain way to learn the mysteries that are being held by the beings of the moon. Saturn, on the other hand, he doesn't quite describe Saturn as a chatty catty, but basically says Saturn tells you everything about itself. And there can be a deep relationship to things of the past, almost to the point of an obsession with past. I want to read a quote from Rudolf Steiner that is included in Jonathan Hilton's new book that was just published by Steiner Books, Speaking to the Stars, in line with the work and research of Willy Zucker and Hazel Straker. And this is something that he says about the influence, the Saturn influence on a person. So thinking about the Saturn rhythm and its relationship to time and to the past. Let's see. The Saturn sphere has a deep, this is Rudolf Steiner. The Saturn sphere has a deep and incisive effect upon the shaping of karma. Whenever it is a case of laying hold of the human soul in its very depths and of developing radical, potent forces from these depths, the Saturn sphere works in such a way that the forces will penetrate deeply, very deeply into the physical organization. Everything that happens in the Saturn sphere is intrinsically and essentially spiritual, but also takes far deeper effect when the human being descends to earthly embodiment. Okay, so there's a 29.5 year rhythm of Saturn, a 29.5 day rhythm of the moon. And what I have learned through studying astrosophy is that when we then look at the human life, once the birth has taken place, and you have looked at this moment of, okay, let me back up. Remember, we're at the vicinity of our star. It's the midnight of the soul. The decision is made to take up earthly incarnation, come all the way through receiving the forces from the hierarchical beings of the zodiac to form this body, through the planetary spheres to inhabit this body with the rhythm, coming all the way to the moon sphere. The spirit germ descends into the womb of the mother. A tremendous longing develops to reunite with that seed. That longing calls together the etheric forces or the life body, and then the birth occurs. From the time of the descent of the spirit germ into the womb of the mother, which is exactly 18 days after conception, until the birth, there will be 10 lunations. Whatever moon phase is happening there, this will recur 10 times before the pregnancy, before the gestation is complete in a normal gestational rhythm. Each lunation, each 1 month, corresponds to what would be 7 years then in the life. And this rhythm of 7 is rooted in the orbit of Saturn. You can take Saturn and divide it, its orbital rhythm, into 4 seasons. They're projected into the life in 7-year cycles. So 1 month equals 1/4 of Saturn. So the first month of the gestation can be in microcosm the first 7 years of the life. Second month of gestation, the second 7 years of life, and you project that into the life. In describing this, Rudolf Steiner, not that specifically, but he'll talk about this mystery of coming from a star. And that when a human being, spirit germ of a human being, is descending to the earth, it is as though the sun, our star, and our planetary system, says to the star of our individuality, you could say, while that human being is incarnate on the earth and you cannot see them, I will carry the relationship for you. So the sun becomes our star, all of us who are incarnate on the earth as human beings, but each of us comes from a particular star. And the sun in this, and this is the way Rudolf Steiner says it, the sun says to the star, while the human being is there on the earth where you cannot see it, I will carry the relationship for a time. That amount of time is about 70 to 72 years. And at that time, it's as though the sun moves on. We come back into direct relationship with our star. I find my star finds me. And there is a completion of the karmic intentions of this life. Now, not everyone is going to live to be 72. Some will cross through the threshold before that time with life stuff remaining that can be used by the spiritual world and by the living. Some will live well beyond that, either out of the grace and substance that was created by life deeds, or because you've gotten entangled in someone's karma. So this 72-year rhythm is connected to the motion of the earth. So the earth is making 3 motions. It's rotating on its axis, takes about 24 hours. This gives us the experience of night and day. Orbiting the sun. This takes about 365 days. This gives us an experience of the cycle of the seasons. While it's rotating and orbiting, it's also slightly wobbling. The wobble is basically imperceptible in the course of one human life. The rate of wobble is 1 degree of a circle every 72 years. So if there's 360 degrees in a circle and something is moving at a rate of 1 degree every 72 years, if you do the math, you find out that it takes 25,920 years for the Earth to complete one wobble. In speaking about this, Rudolf Steiner puts it in the 25,920. Rudolf Steiner puts this in the context of human breathing. We breathe on average 18 times a minute. And of course, the circumstances that we're in will alter that. We're frightened, we might breathe more quickly. Sleeping, we might breathe more slowly, but on average about 18 times a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day. On average, the human being breathes in one day 25,920 times. So we are intimately connected to this rhythm of Earth wobble. I have the imagination that that wobble is our karmic biography unfolding. From the star that we all share at birth to our individual star, which we are striving toward through our incarnation. I find my star finds me. I have a longing for union with that, but it takes time rhythmically to get there. And looking at the gesture of the planets during the gestation, from the conception, descent of the spirit germ through birth, you can project that into the life. And then you can see certain events that are going to occur in every life. Jupiter will always come back to the place where it was when you were born in a rhythm of 12 years. Saturn will always come back to the place where it was when you were born in a rhythm between 28 and 30 years, about 29 and a half years. So you look at those rhythms and you can start to read in the biography what's happening. So it's not random. It also can allow you to say, what sphere am I engaged with? I want to just pause for a minute, check the time, see if there's any questions. Judy, Diana, you asked me the page. I'm assuming you meant the Jonathan Hilton's book I read from quote. This quote is on page 204. I only read part of it. And this was from Karmic Relationships, Volume 7, Lecture 4 by Rudolf Steiner. Karmic Relationships, Volume 7, Lecture 4. Everybody good? We're all still in our bodies on the earth, breathing in the space. Okay. So what I wanted to do then is to describe how we can understand the 7-year cycles relative to the planets. This is just technical stuff, so you have a thing to think, right? Yeah, go ahead, ask a question.
Exactly 18 days from the point of spirit.
Conception to the descent of the spirit germ.
From conception first, and then
Yes.
rising.
The space in the conception, this is the way I imagine it. The moment the conception takes place, something opens in the physical material world to receive this spirit germ, which descends 18 days later. It's in Willie Zucker. It's also was ancient star wisdom. Yeah. And this is used to calculate what's called the prenatal epoch. Because you can look at that moment and there's a relationship between the moon and the ascendant. This is a question about the descent of the spirit germ. I'm sorry, I didn't repeat it. It's you can calculate it looking at the moment of birth, see where the ascendant is and go back 9 months to see what was the moon doing. And you can start to read that picture.
I don't know about the 18 days.
Yeah.
But Steiner does say that conception can happen up to 30 days before.
I'm not familiar with that. There was sharing in the room that a reference to Rudolf Steiner saying that conception can happen up to 30 days before the descent of the spirit germ. Okay. So research for all of us to do. That 18-day rhythm is an interesting one to watch. So I take these things. Yes.
Trying to get
Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah.
Okay, so we were talking about the descent of the spirit germ, and I'm speaking about rhythms of time. What I will do in my research, I will look at life in 9-month rhythms. I will look at 18-day rhythms. I will look to try to find, is there something that shows me that what I'm hearing is actually discernible? It's the same way I approached learning about astrology and the stars. Were ancient cultures wrong, or did we forget? If they were not wrong, it must still be discernible. Then you come into anthroposophy and you learn about the turning point of time, and it's shifting. But it is, I think, still valid to try to enter that way. So an 18-day rhythm is an interesting one. If there's time, I could share a story, but I want to, we have 5 more minutes. Well, maybe we could go 10 more minutes in this first session, and then we'll do an artistic exercise. So what I want to do is at least just give us the rhythm of the 7 years through the life and align them to the planetary spheres. So remembering, I'm in the vicinity of my star. I make a decision to take up earthly incarnation. Moving through, you could imagine the zodiacal. I think thinking about it spatially is maybe a little too materialistic, but just moving through the zodiacal regions, coming into the rhythm of the planets in the order from Saturn to Jupiter to Mars to Sun, Venus, Mercury, Moon, Earth. Now I'm born and I begin to expand again. So in my physical body, I live first through an experience that could be described as what is life on Earth within the moon sphere, then expands to Mercury, then to Venus, then to Jupiter, then to the Sun, then Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. So this is the picture I want us to have, a contraction in, and then a living, then actually in death, we actually expand out, but we have this kind of, how could I say it, in life, the groundwork is laid for this experience.
described esoterically what planetary body, but mostly heavens.
Yes.
You know, can concentrate circles.
Yes. So Andre is asking me to make a distinction between a planet and a planetary sphere, is how I heard that.
And planetary bodies.
Planetary bodies and planetary spheres. So I make the mistake of meaning it interchangeably. So I am talking about the spheres rather than the body of the planet. Yeah.
Important.
Yes, it is
Because
important.
people thinking about physical.
The physical planet, yeah.
Present body.
Right. So not the contraction from and the expansion out is through the spheres, not through the body, not through the physical material body of a planet.
And sphere, true planet.
Yes, the whole sphere is the true planet. Yes. That which we see outwardly as the point of light that we call planet is like, I think Willie Zucker describes that as the tip of a pen that draws the boundary around what the planet actually is. Thank you for that distinction.
And planetary.
And the planetary bodies are the Maya. That's the illusion. Yes.
Is it fair to say, like, physical body? This is not all there is, it's the tip of the pen. These other invisible bodies.
Yes, so there's another description in the room that could it be that the planetary body is akin to our physical body, and putting it in the context of that being the Maya, that this really isn't what I am. It's kind of it's the vestige I put on.
It makes it
Yeah,
visible.
it makes it visible in this realm. Yes, yes, I think that's a correct thought. Lucian.
Maybe we'll talk about this during the partnership. Not. Love to hear about what are some of the experiences of dashing through the heaven for the planetary spheres in the Earth?
Okay, so there's a question about what are some of the experiences in the different planetary spheres from the Earth.
Yeah.
So this comes out of researching one's biography. So let me give you let's get the construct of it, and then we'll step into artistic exercise, let this kind of percolate and come back to it. So each lunation in the pregnancy belongs to one of the 7-year cycles. And this is also research that can be done. What's happening in the first month of the pregnancy? What's happening in the second month? And sometimes it's really marked what takes place. Oftentimes in dream, there are things that will happen that can point at the nature of the being that is incarnating. So the first cycle is from birth to 6. Moon sphere. So this is earliest childhood.
In gestation.
So during gestation, I just said the first month, and then you're born. And from birth to the age of 6, now you're living on the earth in a physical body, and you could say the realm of experience is within the moon sphere. It's as far as I can reach in my experience, and it's not a conscious reaching toward it, but the soul that is incarnate on the earth for the first birth to 6 is living within that moon sphere. And so when you look at the childhood, the earliest childhood, you can kind of get a sense of what's the characteristic of moon sphere. Dreamy quality, still a relationship to the world from which one has just come. In fact, more so that than this at first. And you can see it even in the eyes of an infant, learning to see in the physical world. What is this? And the smiling and the laughter and the delight at what, as an adult, you can't see necessarily. So birth to 6. 7 to 13. Now we're moving into the Mercury sphere. So kind of from Earth expanding toward our star. Rhythmically. In a rhythm, it's held by the Saturn Sphere and by the orbital rhythm of the parent planet, Saturn. It's 28-year rhythm that we're divided into 4 equal parts of 7 years. It gives us these kind of seasons of Saturn. So 7 to 13, Mercury. Then 14 to 20, Venus. Then we're coming into, you could say, ideally the capacities to support egoic forces, to really find that inner uprightness out of the individuality. This is the peak of physical fertility in the human being and the capacity really to bear out of experience of being human on the earth, beginning at the age 21 to 27. This will be the sun sphere. Then from 28 to 34, a second rhythm of 7 years in the sun sphere. And then from 35 to 41, the third and final rhythm in the sun sphere. So you could say a threefold sun experience, 21 to 27, 28 to 34, 35 to 41, sun sphere. Then 42 to do my math, 48.
So
Well, it ends at 40, Mars. So just to take a moment, remember the destiny spheres, Moon, Mercury, Venus. So this gets us birth to 20. Waking up in the physical world, in the physical body, a certain set of circumstances. Everything from the geographic location where I was born, whether or not I have siblings, everything that the nature of the education that I received, the experiences that come, these are destined. Then I come into an experience now of the sun, and my individuality begins to awaken. At 42, I begin to move into the Mars sphere. Mars is the first of the liberating planets. I take this experience that I've had that has been in a certain way mediated by the egoic forces that have been made available to me as a human being through the incarnation of the Christ, so that then I can free those destiny forces. So 42 to 48, Mars. 49 to 55, Jupiter. 56 to 62, Saturn. And then 63 to 70, I find my star. So that which is, I would say, literally built into this form, into the rhythm of being in this form, the karmic necessity of this is met. I also want to point out this threshold between Jupiter and Saturn from 55 to 56. I would say that this is like our personal biographical great conjunction. Saturn and Jupiter meet once every 20 years in the sky. Yes, sorry.
go back.
The-
The threshold moment is at what is
Between 55 and 56, when we move from the Jupiter sphere to the Saturn sphere, that this is the personal biographical great conjunction. So in the rhythm of the planets, Saturn and Jupiter meet every 20 years. And this is a significant moment in the character of a generation of a people. Saturn and Jupiter just came conjunct at winter solstice 2020. So in one's biography, it happens around the age of 56. So I did some looking around when this idea came, like, what happens there? So Dante was 56 when he died. So this is the completion of his Divine Comedy. Handel's Messiah when he was 56. At 56, Rudolf Steiner introduced the threefold social organism. So you see this kind of masterwork coming into the world. So if you're past that age, it doesn't mean you missed it. And if you're not there yet, like, it's not to get overwhelmed by, I got it, just to sense that rhythm of moving from Jupiter to Saturn. Something sounds into the life. Sorry, there's some remorse by those of us past that point that we didn't know ahead of time. I'll just say I met Dante when I was 56. It's like he had already done the Divine Comedy. I just met him. Do that work. Okay, so I want to be mindful of the time, and we need to take a break right there so that we keep close to our intention. Is there any question from anybody that's online about that which was just shared? Still with me? Still with us? Okay, thank you. Thanks for the thumbs up, Travis. Okay, so we're going to, it's going to be some interesting work to keep this part moving fluidly because it's going to be easier for everybody that's in the room. So Luciana and I are going to share this space. He's going to lead the artistic exercise and I'm going to be talking so that you can hear what's going on and supporting the work that he's doing. And what we first want to do is have an experience of the color. So in addition to all these numbers and all these dates and all these ages, an experience through color can give us a beautiful way to open up to these ideas. And each of the signs of the zodiac has a particular color that gives, it kind of expresses itself through. So how do you want to set we're doing some rearranging here.
Sure. Maybe mandatory.
Let's take 3 minutes of a break and then we'll
Okay.
come. Yeah.
Listen, can you see?
I can see my.
Just to give us-
Are you finishing?
They had said 12:45.
12:45.
Yeah.
So you.
Let's
We'll wait for everyone to resume their seats in the room and then we'll get started. So you should have a piece of paper and your pastels and some way to make a circle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and lines.
and lines.
Yes.
Yeah.
So ideally a ruler and a compass, but if you're like me, the straight edge of a book and a plate. So something that will allow you to divide up the circle into the 12 regions of the zodiac, which really will be mostly expressed by color, but just to give a sense.
I'm gonna do it all by hand, no measurements.
Okay, great. That's good. So Lucian is going to do this with us all by hand. So not confining himself to measuring things exactly. But if you wanted to measure exactly, you could draw a circle and quarter it, top to bottom, right to left. And once you have that circle, I'm just babbling right now. Nobody has to do what I'm saying. Then you make a square
I'm diagonal.
on the diagonal, and then you bisect the square. You know, so you
I'll
get the
just
straight
show,
lines. Yeah.
I'll just demonstrate what Mary's speaking about, but not with a ruler. Because that's too big of a piece of paper. No, it's okay.
Yeah, so Lucian is going to draw very quickly freehand what I. So if you want a real exact vision of the zodiac. So he's going to.
Forgive me if it's not perfect.
Who was it in the Renaissance? So you have a circle. Can't really see it on the screen, but that's it. This is just, you don't have to be doing this yet. If you want to get it. So you have a circle, And then you quarter the circle. So a line from the top to the bottom, straight through, and then a line left to right. So you could say that the line from left to right is the right. The line from the top to bottom is the meridian from the zenith to the nadir.
And
And then to divide up one of these quarters evenly, you can draw a line from the horizon line. You got it across to noon, and you're the three o'clock. So they didn't realize that it was. Are you seeing this outline?
Square.
Can you see what Lucian is doing?
I'll move it closer.
Darkening. Yeah.
He needs to use a black pen. I
Okay.
can't see anything. Do you have a black marker?
Yep, here we come with a black pencil. Yeah, thank you, Lucy. He's going to trace the circle he already did. So we have a circle. This is steps to begin. Get a sense. Finding ourselves within a story. Okay. So you have your circle, and you quarter it from top to bottom. So from the zenith to nadir, from the top to the bottom, and then you could say across in a circle. Then this gives us 4 quarters, but we want 12 pieces. So how to do that in a kind of symmetrical way is the next step. So drawing a line from the zenith to the meridian. The one line from what I would say is 12 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Then from 9 o'clock down to 6 o'clock. And you could use a ruler here. Straight edge of a book. Listen, but these are the steps. Then from, yeah, whichever way you want to go, from 6 up to 3. And then from 12 down to 3. So this gives us a guide. If you do have a ruler, then
Yes. You divide it into.
so then you would divide that line into
Yeah.
So you can see that is fine, unless you really want to be exact. Measure the line and divide it into 3 parts. If we want to end up with 12 regions within the circle. You just did it first, and then you would continue the line all the way through. And so that's where it can happen. So you took this line from here to here and divided it into 3 equal parts. And then you just draw a line from where he divided it to the center, to the periphery, to the center, through the division. It can go all the way through the center.
And I would,
Yes. I want to apologize that Lucian or I are trained in teaching geometry. So thank you for bearing with us in this. It's just how to bring some symmetry into the form. And I want to say thank you to Lucy. Okay, so Nisha says, when you are away from the laptop, the microphone doesn't come through. If you do speak, it would be good to have you lean toward the laptop. Thank you for telling me. I hope you heard some of what I have been saying. None of it? Some of it? Okay. We're trying to create symmetry in squaring and dividing a circle. Does it have to be? No. So this was just, yeah, yes. As you're doing this, imagine that that circle is kind of the vast expanse of starry worlds. And that it comes to this point of my being through that decision to take up earthly incarnation, coming all the way into being. And what we are going to describe then is the 12 regions of the zodiac. And then when you look at the moment of birth in an individual, then you see where the planets were arranged relative to that zodiac. We are not going to be able to do that personally for everyone. It would take a long, long time, but just to get this basic layout. Yes, Christine, thank you. So if you look at the screen, you can see Christine's got her circle with her 12 pieces of
Very beautiful.
12 regions of the zodiac. From the periphery that coming into being. This is my physical body eventually on the earth under an array of stars, both those above and below me on the earth. This line that goes through from the right to the left, or left to right, the way I'm pointing, this is the horizon of the earth. Just to get that sense, this is not just a floating circle in space. That's where, yeah, that would be that time and space. And then when you make a chart, the question is that point the moment of birth? I wouldn't describe it as a moment. I would say this is the space I occupy, and around me, things were configured a certain way when I took my breath into the body. And I measure that from this point. You could say, yes. Yes, so just to clarify, yes, this is.
Lean into the microphone.
Lean into the microphone. Thank you. Thank you. So the question being asked, is this point me at the moment of my birth? I'm going to say yes. This is the point of reference. I am the point of reference. And in order to calculate the position of the heavens at the moment that I'm born, I have to know what time was I born? Where was I born? And so time, date, and place. When did I come into that body? We'd have to ask an obstetrician or a midwife or a mother. Yeah, what moment? No, we're going to do it like that. Yeah. Okay. So does everyone have their 12 pieces of the circle? Yes. And everyone in the room, we have our 12 pieces of the circle. Okay. So I need to ask Lucienne a question. I'm going to turn my head away from the mic and I know you're not going to hear me. Do you want to change that piece of paper? Or do you want to continue to work on it? Okay. Okay. So can we just adjust it slightly? Here. Okay, so now we're going to just put the symbols for the signs of the zodiac onto this. We're all going to do it the same way. But I want to guess a question in the room.
I know you wanted to
Yeah, the square was just a guideline. You can erase the square. We just used that as a guide. Thank you for playing along with us. So you can, you can erase that square. If you drew it lightly enough, then maybe it's not imposing itself. So I want to take us into an imagination of what we're about to do. At the moment that we are born, at the moment that we take our first breath, then a certain completion happens in the process of our becoming. All of the forces are now there such that I, as a unique being manifesting physically, have what is necessary to support the unfolding of this life. Now, a human infant is entirely dependent on others for its care. However, all of the forces that I will need for this life are within that spirit germ that has descended and now has been united with these life forces. And when I'm born, ideally, I'm coming at the time the moon is in the right phase, the planets have arrived at something that sounds a note into my becoming, and that first breath, if that's the time that was recorded at the moment that you're born, at that moment, an impression is made into the being that is coming to birth. Rudolf Steiner says, if you could look at the brain of an individual at that moment, you would see an exact impression of the cosmos. So it's not insignificant where those the Maya of those planets, where they are. It's a concentration of, you could say, how would I say it? It's a concentration of forces that bear with them something that must be met in the life. So where they are relative to the horizon, relative to each other, and relative to the stars says something about this individual, about every individual on the face of the earth, a unique star picture. Even identical twins, there's a nuance that they share, that can be slightly different. So the breathing in, coming into the body, this is a significant moment of becoming on the earth. And that's the picture I'm going to talk about. So not the 9-month cycle, but that moment of birth. So we're all going to begin in the same place, even knowing we're not all born on the same day, in the same place, at the same time, to get the colors. And so we're going to begin with where the sun is at its beginning in the spring in the northern hemisphere, which is in front of the sign of Pisces. So Pisces, for those of you in the room, yes. So Lucienne is going to draw it on this sheet of paper so you can see it on the screen. Straight line, a straight horizontal line with 2 bowed lines of it. Lucienne is not using color yet. We're just he's just creating the form. We're going to the color.
Speak into the microphone.
The question is, are we using color yet? We're not going to put the color on yet. We're first creating the symbols of the signs of the zodiac. And the other question is, Pisces is what's, we're going to go this way. Go this, yeah. Let's just go this way. So this will be Pisces.
That's really good.
Yeah, so starting at the horizon, going up, that's Pisces. Yes, so the first section going clockwise from 9 o'clock, Pisces.
So we'll be going up a little bit.
Yes, up a little bit. Yes.
Yeah.
So in the space.
Yes. Are you good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. You should put a little arrow.
Yeah.
So then put Aries.
Okay.
Okay, next, Aries, which looks like the horns of the ram. There's something sprouting up. And actually, there's a becoming starts to divide. These symbols, we could spend a whole day describing the symbols of the zodiac. We can do that another time. We can also, if there's time for question and answer, we can do it. So Pisces is the feet. Aries is the head. From my head to my feet, I am the image of God. The next sign is Taurus, a circle with the horns. Taurus, which governs the larynx region of the human form. If you think about the ancient Egyptian art and the goddess that has the cow's horns on her head, this actually descends into the human form so that the larynx is like the forehead of the bull. The horns become the eustachian. Then when you look at the constellation Taurus in the night sky, you can see the horns of the bull are like either ear. We could also go deeply into that. It's a beautiful, beautiful mystery of those stars in relationship to the human form. The star that marks this ear has the name Tianguan. It means celestial gateway. So this is the gateway here at the right ear, and charging through the stars.
Is there something different between the right ear and the left ear with regards to that gateway? Can you?
There is a difference between the right ear and the left ear, but let's keep going with this. Then from Taurus, we go to Gemini. So Gemini is two slightly curved lines with a line at the top and a line at the bottom. The twins, that which gives us symmetry in the human form, usually aligned to the limbs, specifically the arms. But I would say anywhere that we have this kind of duality. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, 2 arms, 2 legs, the symmetry in the human form. A before and an after as well. The sun enters the region of Gemini at summer solstice in our era. So there is this before and after experience of the human being rising up to that solstice moment and then beginning to descend. That is held by the region of Gemini stars. Then from Gemini to Cancer, Cancer governs the rib cage. So it has this quality of embrace. It's like a vortex, 2 pieces that fit together. The rib cage, which is that part of the human form that has the very significant role of protecting the soft inner organism of heart and lung. So the rib cage, Saturn gesture of protection, protecting the vital organs. So it has a heightened sensitivity. Then from Cancer to Leo. Leo is connected with the region of the heart in the human form. And you can almost see in the glyph of Leo, a seed beginning to form that is reaching earthward. It still has this kind of encounter with solar or starry forces, but trying to bring them earthward. Then Virgo, it's an M with a third kind of bend that comes back in on itself. And I think of that third bend as the seed now formed, embodied by the human being. Virgo is the pregnant virgin. So this seed now coming within the human form. Then Libra, the sign of the balance or the scales. You could imagine the 2 lines at the bottom like an equal sign. The rounded image at the top is like the sun setting. In the northern hemisphere, the sun is setting across its autumn equinox as it's coming through Virgo, and then it begins to penetrate the earth as the Christ being penetrated the earth. In a description of the new images of the zodiac that were included in the calendar of the soul, what Margot Rossler describes, she's the artist who picked up the work of Ima von Eckertstein, is that the human being can penetrate earth forces at the time of Libra because of the Christ's union with the earth. Then from Libra to Scorpio, which looks a little bit like Virgo, except that it's an M with a tail that points out. There's a directional intention. You could say it's like the scorpion sting, which is not just meant to injure or to wound, but to express, you could say, the will. And the will, in this case, is descending through the physical material into, you could say, across the threshold into the earth. Scorpio governs the reproductive region in the human being. In the new images of the zodiac, you see two forms, one looking direct and the other looking to the side, meant to depict male and female, and how the male experience of the threshold is different experience of the threshold.
Referencing new images.
The new images.
Are you speaking?
For the original calendar of the soul, the year 1912 to 1913, Rudolf Steiner worked with the artist Ima von Eckertstein to create new images of the zodiac. And so the direction she was given by him was to go out each morning at dawn and to experience the rising of the sun, knowing that as the sun rose, there were forces of the zodiac streaming earthward over the sun toward the human being on the earth, and that she was then to meditate on the after image that rose up in her after that experience. So it's a certain, it's not just an evolution or a metamorphosis of the original glyphs, which we are drawing here. It's trying to enter livingly into what is streaming toward the human being that we can experience now, given our level of conscious relationship to starry worlds, which was in effect really sundered through the Copernican revolution that began in the 1500s. So these new images are not symbols the same way these that we're drawing here were considered symbols. They meant to depict a living relationship and a becoming. They were not well understood, so that when the calendar was reproduced, they were not included again. And the intention that Rudolf Steiner had was to redo that, but it never occurred.
They're not extant.
So they are, so the question is, yes, they do exist. You can see a facsimile of the original calendar of the soul. And also in the 1930s, Margot Rossler took up the work of Ima von Eckertstein and spent her life developing this in several different mediums, including in glass. And in the 1990s, a set of these glass etched new images of the zodiac were gifted to the Anthroposophical Society by Lottie MD, who had emigrated from Germany to Milwaukee, and they are now displayed in the foyer of the Rudolf Steiner House in Ann Arbor, in this kind of a curve, the way I've drawn it on the board. Yes, we'll go to the next sign. Thank you, Lucienne, and thank you for the question. Yeah, and that's a whole, yeah. I did a series, a 12-month series for the Society on those images, one image each month. If
And
you
they're
were,
still available.
and they're still available. And if you have questions about it, I'm happy to talk about it. The series is still available. Yes. And these images are oftentimes worked with during the holy nights as a way to prepare a basket to receive the spiritual fruits of the new year that are ripening. So a contemplation of the zodiac through the holy night is really significant work. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of different avenues we can take. I'm going to get back to this sheet of paper. So from Scorpio to Sagittarius, which is an arrow with a line through it. And I like to imagine that this is okay. And I'm bearing the seed into my being at Virgo. I come to the earth with it at Libra. I penetrate the threshold at Scorpio. And now with Sagittarius, that arrow with the line across it, I've struck all the way through into the deepest 7 minutes. Okay, I'm getting the time. And then Capricorn. And now something opens. The earth receives the seed that I have brought to it. This seed, which I'm conceiving up here at the summer solstice, and that is beginning to form in my being, I strike through to the earth, and then the earth responds. So it opens at Capricorn, which is regarded as the gateway of the gods. It's the knee joint. It is what allows, you could say, for the uprightness and the unique mobility of the human being on the earth. And then from Capricorn, the final sign would be Aquarius, which looks like a wave, 2 lines. They're usually quite angular. And I imagine this because at Capricorn, when that opening occurs in the earth, just as at conception, the womb of the mother opens to receive the spirit seed descending. The life forces from the physical that would enter into the physical respond to that. So I see in Aquarius something that has penetrated the physical, that gives it that kind of jaggedness of the form, and then the earth is responding to that which has been given. It's like a waving response. So you see at Cancer, it's as though something is, what is formed as an offering by the human being is being met by the spiritual world. And then in Aquarius, that seed offered to earth is being responded to by the physical material. Yes, I've been asked to go through each of the signs relative to the human form. So yes, Pisces, the feet. Aries, the head. Taurus, larynx. Gemini, limbs. Cancer, rib cage. Leo, heart. Virgo is this region between the inner part of the from below the top of the hip. Yep. From the below the rib cage to the top of the hip. What would be contained, the organs that are contained in that region, it's governed by Virgo. If you tipped Virgo over on its side, you could imagine it like the intestines. So that region of the human form, that's Virgo. Libra is the hip, or the hypomocleon, that which gives an ability to bend. These are the ascending signs from Aries, not Pisces, but from Aries, the head, to Libra, the hip. When you look at the human form, you can see from the hip up, we are oriented upward. These forces of the zodiac have already descended and been transformed through the human being such that they can rise up. Passing from Libra to Scorpio to the reproductive region, now we enter into the descending region. Scorpio is reproduction, male and female, below the horizon. Sagittarius, thigh. Capricorn, knee. It's very interesting to look at the duality that expresses itself after Libra. You have the male and female reproductive organs, 2 thighs, 2 knees. Aquarius is the shin, and then Pisces, the feet. Okay, so I want to note that we only have a few minutes left, and we had intended to put the color onto this circle. The shin. shin, but I think it could, it includes that. So from between knee and foot. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So we're seeking clarification about Aquarius. So we have agreed in the room here that it is that which is between the knee and the foot. Shin, calf, ankle. And Aquarius is described as the waterman, but its element is actually air. Yes. Okay, so we only have 1 minute left in this time that we allotted for ourselves. We were going to take a lunch break starting now. I wonder if we want to keep going with the color. Should we take a vote? On the screen, can I see? Those of you that I can see are saying yes, give us the color. And everyone in the room, you're okay with that? Okay. Thank you to our timekeeper. Okay, color. I will try to not blab so much. There's so much to say about how the color becomes. Yeah. And reminding myself that the word was introduction, an introduction. So, because it is beautiful, beautiful work. I do want to do it justice. I want us to have something that we can actually work with and hold on to. So, okay, we're going to do it on this sheet of paper that we have here. Does anyone feel the need to take time to draw their circle again and get the different pieces? Okay, I'm seeing a no, so we'll carry on. And you are invited to do this again if you want it to be done more beautifully than current timing will allow. Pisces is red. Okay, I also want to qualify this, that I am not a visual artist, and there can be a lot of detail about which red. There's vermilion, there's carmine, there's, so this I think is more toward vermilion, the red of Pisces. Yeah. And then, yes, yes. So just creating pieces of color.
I'm wondering, I'm wondering, Mary, if you want to say anything about the virtues of red in the context of Pisces and how they metamorphose as a...
I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So Lucian has asked if I would share about the virtue of Pisces, its expression through the color. So what I will do is, Rudolf Steiner did not create the virtues, but he did apply them to the signs. Actually, he didn't even apply them to the signs of the zodiac. What he did was align them to the months, but according to the regions of the zodiac. So the red of Pisces is aligned to the virtue magnanimity. Magnanimity becomes love.
So just in terms of an artistic aspect, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
So if we're working with love and red, or magnanimity becoming love, we can work with this color as a education in developing our quality of perceiving Pisces. So we're not just using color and an artistic activity for a cliche or just entertainment reason, but really tapping into the artistic as a developmental strategy to create our inner soul organs of perception. So when you're working with this red color, I invite you to actually try to inwardly experience magnanimity becoming love. And then once you can have that experience, bring it into the conceptual of Pisces.
Yeah, beautiful. I would also say that a virtue is never undertaken for self-betterment. It's not about me trying to become a good person. It's about me being of service to the other. Whether I'm a good person in that or not, if I can say it in a kind of a crude way, is not the point. It's how do I show up for the other? So when I think about this experience, particularly of red, in relationship to magnanimity becoming love, it's possible to think that if I express magnanimity, love may arise in the other, not in me. I can have love as well, but I seek the striving toward the virtue can result in something for the other, which is the real gift of a virtue.
Yeah.
Yeah, mindful. Yeah, we got it.
Okay. Yeah, so with the red, kind of inspired by some things we can learn in eurythmy, the red is a forceful, energetic color, but when it becomes applied to magnanimity and love in the other, it actually enters into a certain surrender. So how to experience that vibrancy and fire of red, but actually as a love rather than anger or war.
So I'm going to take us on to the next color before.
Yeah.
Yeah. So from the red of Pisces, the kind of more the vermilion, the red of Aries goes toward carmine. So I would, for me, it helps to say, okay, I know that Taurus is going to be orange. So my red of Aries now is moving toward orange. And it takes on in Aries a quality of devotion. This is in the Northern Hemisphere. We've come into the season of the spring. Easter has happened or is happening. Devotion becomes the force of sacrifice. Aries. This is Aries. Devotion becomes the force of sacrifice. So it's a red. I would describe, again, qualifying this that I am not the visual artist, but I would describe carmine as a red that has that orange becoming in it. Am I off base? It is? Aha, so, okay, I'm being corrected that the carmine or carmine is with the blue and vermilion is with the orange. Okay, Sophia is saying, no, 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 no. Did I have it right the way I was saying it? Okay, so carmine is going toward the orange. Okay, thank you, Sophia. Thank you.
I'll just add. So with these are very similar colors, so it comes down to the gesture. How are you working with your intuition into your will force to become gesture? And then your color will have a certain inherent knowledge within it. So I'm working with this devotional quality of almost like persistence or dedication. And then what was the other, the orange you said?
Devotion. Right?
Yeah, devotion becoming a force of sacrifice. How can I work with that as a gesture? And I'm just intuiting this sort of spiraling quality within the red. So you can work with these intuitively on your own page, and to just trust yourself and be creative and explore, I think is the best thing here.
Okay, so I'm going to keep us going.
Yeah.
So from that carmine red of Aries, then we step into the orange of Taurus that has this kind of blossoming quality. The virtue that is aligned to Taurus, balance becomes progress. So Taurus is, in a traditional astrological interpretation, often given a characteristic of being like stubborn. And it will continue to, like an ox, will plow the furrow again and again, the same furrow. But how to balance that quality, a certain steadfastness, so that one doesn't get stuck in a rut, but that progress can be made. And given the relationship of Taurus to the larynx, I think of this in relationship to our words, particularly in our era when through texting, we can really abbreviate and mean something just by a few letters. This has the quality of cliche. And how does the living nature of the word enter into that? So the choice of word, the speaking of the word, and how to have I think of it as a balanced approach that allows the energy of word to enter in.
Yeah, so with this orange as related to the word and balance becoming progress, there's a relationship between Aries and Taurus. There's not just a sort of dissociative relationality, but there's an association between them. So how can some of that Aries red, that devotion becoming the force of sacrifice, how can that actually permeate the Taurus quality in the word? So you can really think of this as a metamorphosis, not just this abstract piecing together of concepts. And if you can do that, then these qualities become much more alive and you can work with them in a living way.
Okay, so I'm just seeing, Nisha, your question about, is there a zodiac for the hands like we have Pisces as the feet? I have seen Pisces on the hands as well. Okay. So then from Taurus and the orange, we move up to Gemini and the yellow. So this is you could say, the yellow streaming of the father principle in the heights. This is in the northern hemisphere, the time of the summer solstice, the earth fully breathing out its forces, offering them up, you could say, for fructification by the celestial spiritual world. This is also the time when we offer what it is that we are carrying as the year to God. So already at summer solstice 2023, now we know that the moon is going to be near Venus and Mars because we saw that last night. At that summer solstice moment, we are offering up what 2023 is. And that which comes to fructify it is actually the beginning of the seed for 2024. This is a real beautiful moment of streaming toward that Father Spirit in the heights at Gemini through the yellow. And the virtue of Gemini, perseverance becomes faithfulness. I'm going to keep, if you need to say something, okay, keep. Yes. So John the Baptist, as was shared in the room, this is the season of John the Baptist. I must decrease so he may increase. It has this duality in it, the becoming and the surrender. So this moment of rising up to that peak, receiving the fructification, and then descending in that Gemini duality. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say that with this yellow, what we're going to see next is green, I think, right? Yeah, and the green has this leveling quality, this almost equality. And if you look deeply into the esoteric nature of the physical color, you will come to the other colors. So if you feel inspired to sort of bring a premonition of green into the Gemini yellow, I think it's actually true. And there are other colors that you can also bring into it. And to see those new colors kind of being born in these initial colors is actually seeing the full color.
Okay, so I want to just say, in the interest of time, I may need to abbreviate some of the things that I'm saying, and I apologize for that because this could take us a long, long time. So I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit, or ask us both to pick up the pace. So the yellow of Gemini, as Lucien just pointed out, then becomes the green of Cancer. And to really understand that becoming of green, it's good to know about Leo, and the blue. So the green of Cancer is where the stillness of the blue from the mother in the depths unites with the yellow of the father in the heights. So where that blue of the depths encounters the yellow of the heights, they meet, they still one another, and the green emerges through Cancer. So we go from the yellow of Gemini through the green of Cancer, which would be like the sun principle, S-O-N, to the mother principle, you could say, in the blue of the depths. So this blue becoming in Leo, is it a quality? Maybe an ultramarine, but Virgo is indigo. So it's not the indigo of Virgo. But just to keep with the virtue, for Cancer, the virtue is selflessness. Selflessness leads to catharsis. If I can, I'll say it in my words, overcome the self in an encounter, a true selflessness that is not a martyrdom, but a being present for the other that can allow a cathartic experience. Some process of release can happen in the other. And then that green to the blue of Leo, the virtue of Leo is compassion. Compassion becomes freedom. And to, again, put this in the context of the experience that the other is having. My compassion frees something for the other. I'm not just seeking freedom. Oh, if I'm compassionate, then I get free. It's not that. So from the green of Cancer to the blue of Leo, then to to Virgo, indigo. In the cycle of the year in the Northern Hemisphere, the in-breath has begun after the 3-day pause at summer solstice, and now we begin, you could say, to start to descend toward the earth. When the sun is entering into the region of Virgo stars, it is as though you can have an experience of conscience rising up. And how do I bear toward the earth that which I am carrying? I'm pregnant with it now, and I can begin to feel it. Or, as in the Rilke poem I shared last night, I can feel it now. All becoming has needed me. So the Virgo virtue, tactfulness. Courtesy becomes tactfulness. It's kind of an awkward translation. But be mindfulness toward the other, exhibiting tact. I hope I'm not going too fast. Is this okay? It's a good pace? Okay. Okay. Virgo. Okay. So we're over here discussing how to arrive at indigo.
Purple, black, blue.
Purple, black, blue. So you can really feel in the color, we're starting to come down out of the heights toward the earth. Then moving on to Libra. Now, how do we describe this color?
Is this
The blue violet. And then what is Virgo? What's Scorpio in relationship to?
there's magenta?
Is a rose violet.
I mean, this
It's kind of Libra is kind of like a blue violet. Yes.
Yeah.
To the inner rainbow. So we have this experience moving from that kind of Pisces, Aries, really from Aries to Libra. These are the ascending signs of the zodiac, from the head to the hip. These are the colors that correspond to the visible rainbow. Then we start to get into those invisible colors, or I like to think of it as the inner rainbow that is only illuminated by our light and our capacity for light, for shining our light into the darkness. Lucian is going to add something. Sorry, cut you off.
No, it's great. Yeah, this inner light. This is a perfect opportunity to just bring this one activity with color drawing. That if you can, strive to really work with your heart ether as a formative impulse for your art making. So if you kind of experience your heart raying out into your limbs and then intuiting the gesture and the speed and the form of your hand in relationship to the concept, that will really allow for these colors to become a true spiritual experience in service to the sign, the symbol.
Yeah, beautiful. I would also be mindful that at Libra, there is this, given it's the hip, it is this bend. It could be likened to a turn. Something is turning earthward at this time. The virtue of Libra, did I say it yet?
What is
No, you're at Libra.
Oh, this
Calling it what color?
blue violet.
Blue violet. It might be more of a red
Yeah.
violet.
Yeah, blue red, like magenta, blue violet.
Gosh, I'm stuck. Give me a moment. Yeah, that's where I'm stuck. But it's I'm thinking, balance. No, it's September.
Contentment?
Contentment, thank you, becomes equanimity. Like, where's my Libra in me? Thank you. Contentment becomes equanimity. And I would share that I think what's interesting about this is that Libra, a true quality of Libra is that it really desires to balance with and partner with the other, wherever the other is. So it could be in a high place or a lowly place, having a great time, crying. Libra wants to partner with that. So if I can be content in myself, I think of this way, in the presence of a Libra, that helps them to balance, to have that equanimity, because then they are meeting my contentment. Libra wants to meet whatever I'm bringing into that. Where Cancer has this gesture of protection. It's highly sensitive because it's protecting something vital. Libra wants to meet and harmonize, right, with what it's meeting. Really a beautiful gesture. And we all have these expressed in our lives. Some of us to greater extent than others. Some of us might, you might have the sun in Libra, or it might be below the horizon. It's expressing itself in a different way in each of us. Then Scorpio, I am challenged by naming the color. It still has kind of this, really? I'm just going to commend Lucien on the achievement of the Libra color that he got to there. Like, spot on. Okay.
Red, purple, blue, and pink.
So to get to this color, Lucien used red, purple, blue, and pink. Then when we get to the Scorpio, there's not so much blue in it. It's more kind of actually, I take that back. I think it's kind of like a lilac.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it there, but it is. It has more of a lilac going. A lilac. The Scorpio has kind of a lilac quality. There's a little bit of red still in it.
And why is that? For the virtue.
The virtue for Scorpio, patience. Patience becomes insight. I'm just going to share very candidly that the first time I read that, I giggled because I thought about, the reproductive region, the sexual urge, the, unbridled astrality of the adolescent, just, just that drive and desire in myself. And patience right there. Patience. And so patience, when I exhibit patience, then that can give rise to insight. Not necessarily me. The other can arrive at something because I approached with patience. I took time.
Now, really quickly, these colors, all colors in general, the color and the gesture of the color are equally the color, because these colors live in the astral realm as beings. They have movement and they have impulse. So a very important aspect of getting these colors into an experience that allows for you to relate them to the realities is to really explore the gesture and the movement you're working with. If you just explore the color, you're missing the being. So I encourage everyone in the room and on Zoom to really explore that movement in the color and experience how that is teaching you.
Yeah. If you're just starting with the color, it can be, just to have that, just an experience. If I'm putting this color on the page, I'm hearing that it's related to a region of the zodiac. I'm getting all this intellectual content.
For those who want.
Yeah.
Oh, it's good to hear.
It's very good to hear. Yeah, we're trying to give mobility to the thought through the color.
Exactly.
So then we get to Sagittarius. And it becomes more of a rose lilac. The emphasis more toward the pink than toward the lilac. I apologize that all the years that I have worked with these colors through the new images that I have not settled on a way to describe the color in myself. So the virtue for Sagittarius is control of speech becomes feeling for truth. When I can hold my tongue, truth can rise up. I think of this in relationship to what's described as Goethean conversation. If I can hold so that what truly wants to be spoken can enter into the space.
You're also speaking about holding as in guiding my tongue, not
guiding, yes. And well, I mean, sometimes there is a need to rein in, because Sagittarius is the centaur. So half of its body is a horse, and it's striving toward its human nature. And I would say the holding is related to coming out of the Scorpio patience. Feeling for truth. And then from Sagittarius to, I'm intent that we finish in about 3 minutes here. From Sagittarius to Capricorn, which is peach blossom, the human incarnate. Presence of the human being in a healthy, whole relationship to the human form. The virtue of Capricorn, courage. Courage becomes redemption, or the power to redeem. If you think about if you know the eurythmy gesture for Capricorn, it does have this strong quality of the knee. Capricorn rules the knee, so that courage to stand forth. or stand for. That can redeem something. This kind of courage has, it seems to be inherent in taking action, and it's opposite Cancer, selflessness, which isn't just inaction, but it has a much different gesture in it. So that green that has a stillness, standing opposite this human incarnate, this color that represents having fully taken hold. Really beautiful to consider them in their opposites as well. And then from Capricorn to Aquarius, now we come back into red again. And it's described in the translation I have of Margot Rosser as reddish. It's not the bold red of Pisces, not that vermilion, that sacred red of taking hold in Pisces. Almost like a rose, says Mary in the room. The virtue of Aquarius is discretion. Discretion becomes meditative strength. When I think of this from the perspective of astrology, that's one of the ways I can enter into understanding what that might mean. Aquarius is often described as having the characteristic of not necessarily being really expressive in the feeling life. But that doesn't make it discrete. It will experience everything, but not pass judgment through the feeling life on things. It is kind of a devotion toward a future becoming, so doesn't want to inhibit anything which can tend toward indiscretion. So the virtue of Aquarius then would be discretion. And I think of this discretion, not just being discreet, but having the capacity to discern, even almost in the imaginative cognition, where there's so much going on. And how can I discern that which endures, that which is truly calling from the future? It's not anything goes. Something is coming that when I can approach with that discretion, it strengthens my, the way I've read it is, and said it was, discretion becomes meditative strength. So red-ish. Okay, I want to see if there's any questions in there. I see, Christine, I hope I answered your question.
Sorry,
Yeah, that's
tell me
okay.
again.
Discretion becomes meditative strength.
Thank you.
Yes. I can't actually see. Oh, yeah. Okay. There's a question in the room. Yes.
Whoever is
Emma von
Emma von Eckartstein.
Oh.
Yes. So the question is whether or not Emma von Eckartstein, who worked with Rudolf Steiner in developing the new images of the zodiac, whether or not she worked with the virtues. I don't know when Rudolf Steiner rendered the virtues that way. It's in the book Guidance in Esoteric Training, the list of the virtues, but I don't know if it's dated that I've ever seen. So, I mean, to give context, what's happening in 1911, Rudolf Steiner, Marie von Sievers, Emma von Eckartstein, maybe some others, they had traveled to Trieste. Marie von Sievers was very ill. It had to do with a revelation of incarnation that was happening in her. And it was there that this conversation took place. I think also Rudolf Steiner was giving a lecture. And this is where the conversation took place that led to the calendar. So he was guiding her in bringing forth these images. So the original calendar of the soul, in addition to having the 52 weekly verses to meditate on the cycle of the year, it had these new images of the zodiac for relating to the course of the sun, and then also new images for the moon. This is why it had to be reprinted each year, because the moon is never repeating in the same sign on the same day from one year to the next. That will only repeat every 19 years. And then there were name days and feast days. So you've got the sounding of each day. Where is the sun? Where is the moon? And then for that whole week, a verse to meditate. So this was all being built in 1911. So I don't know how maybe the virtues were there in the conversation about constructing that. Uh-huh. So, okay, so Mary is sharing potentially the verses, so the 12 moods of the zodiac that were right through the zodiac, yeah, with the planets coming each through, and that this was being prepared as the first eurythmy performance on the stage at the Gartiano. Yeah. And Mary is saying that the virtues are present in those zodiac verses in the 12 moods. Okay, so beautiful. Thank you. Yes. So I hope that was clear to those of you listening online. And we're going to take a break for lunch in order to be able to fulfill our intention for the rest of the afternoon. I think we need to decide collectively how much time we want to take. It's 20 after 1 in the Central Time Zone. We had intended to have lunch from until 2 p.m. Does that give us all enough time? It's 40 minutes. I'm okay with it if everybody else is okay with it. We didn't order. Can you discuss it while I answer a question on the screen? There was a question about the color for Aquarius. It's reddish. So red that would become the more bold vermilion. It's this time of year when the thaw is beginning to happen. The earth is beginning to move again and wake up out of its winter sleep. So I'm thinking that 40 minutes is good. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. in the Central Time Zone. So I'm going to pause the recording and say thank you to everyone for working with this format. It will be good to get your feedback when we're all done about how it went for you. Okay.
You're muted, Mary.
Thanks for letting me know we're still secretly doing things in the background. But I will unmute so you can hear us. Wanting to make sure that we remember to press record again and that we let folks in that might be waiting in the waiting room, and also waiting for everyone to return to the space here. And I guess while we're waiting, if anybody that's already here has a question, Travis, you're the only one I can see, so.
You know, the question I have from last night, I was thinking about, so when Saturn crosses our lunar nodes, is that
Yes.
what was it? How would I go about researching that? How would I find that out? Would I need to get an ephemeris of my birth year or what?
So you would get an ephemeris, so I gave you the dates that it's happening. If you wanted to know when it happens in your own birth chart, then yes, you have to have an ephemeris. And I was just about to show us what that is.
Yeah, I've got one, so yeah, I'll have to.
And actually what I had hoped to talk about, but I don't know that there will be time, was when Saturn touches the sun of the individual's birth. Anyway, yeah. So yes, you have to have an ephemeris, and then you can look and see the dates that it comes over those degrees.
All right, but thank you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so anybody that's entering now or just returning, we aren't in process yet. We're just having chit chat while we wait for everyone to return. And if anyone has a question they want to ask while we all reconvene. This would be a moment. Okay, let's see.
I'd love to see everybody's pictures.
Aha. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Yeah, yeah. Nice. The pictures forward and see. Oh, wonderful.
Oh, wow. Look at them.
Yeah, yeah. Wait, someone in the room coming to see. Wow. Yeah, Lucienne should come and see as well. So
Wow.
not everybody is back, but thank you.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's really fun to see. Thanks for asking for that.
I
Yeah.
put my little person right in the middle,
Good.
if you
Very
can
good.
see.
Yes, I can see. I can see. Yeah, look at that. Make it personal. Yes. Okay. I'm waiting for everyone to get in the room. Like literally in this room where we are.
Some people believe that. Just them. Not a good way.
Okay. I could recite poetry.
We like that.
No, not everyone is back.
But we were not going to be the last ones.
Yeah. Yeah. I have too many that I say too often, but I'd be happy to recite a poem. It might be good for you to answer questions at the end. Yes, thank you, Michaela. We will answer questions at the end. Okay, we're almost all back in the space. Let's see, there's someone in the waiting room. The recording has been resumed, just so everyone knows, we're being recorded. We will reserve time at the end for questions. So this is all of us, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Then we're going to start again. This is our second session, and I want to do a basic introduction to understanding a birth chart. So I don't think you want to write this on this color wheel that we just created. But it might be a good idea to draw a circle again. And you don't have to be as precise. This is, well, all of it is for your own keeping. But it helps to have that circle that is divided top and bottom and right to left. And then to have the 12 pieces of it. Because I want to take us through getting a sense of how do you read a chart so that there's a place for thinking about it, because we've now come through the color. We've looked at the traditional glyphs of the zodiac, talked a bit about the virtue that's aligned to these signs. But now I want to get more into the technical aspect of a chart. What is an astrologer or an astrosopher looking at? Astronomers don't use birth charts, so we'll keep them out of it. So I'm going to give everyone a moment to draw their circle and then quarter it and actually divide it up into 12 again. Yeah. And I hope it's okay that I'm springing this on us in a way that isn't about being really technical. Because you could just list this in a, 1 through 12 if you wanted, but I think it's nice to see it in the round because there's greater understanding of how to read a chart when you can see what stands opposite what. I'm going to keep talking just for a moment while everyone does that, if it's not too much of a distraction. Part of what awakened in me, in my biography, it began really in my 9th year, when I realized that the calendar is kind of like a time machine, that with this structure of a calendar, we can, from the present moment, find on any date in history something that has happened in the past and also plan ahead into the future. And I just thought that was the most awesome thing when I was 9 years old. And then when I was 31, to find out that there's a star picture behind everything that's happened in the past and also can be anticipated for everything coming into the future, and it all lit up. So part of my journey with that is asking myself the question, and this might seem really abstract, but how is the calendar, like if I had to draw my inner picture of the relationship of 1 month to the next, does it have a particular form? Is it a straight line? Is it a circle? Is it an oval? Does it turn? Are there things beside each other or up above, down below? So this is just a question of relationship. So we took the liberty in our first artistic session of just drawing a circle and showing things in a circular relationship. But I think it's important to try to tease out of the self, where is May relative to April and June in my being? How does the thing that comes before and the thing that comes after, where do I put it in my sense? Kind of a training in being able to see inwardly. And I have tried to draw it. I mean, it's like a mood. It's almost like akin to knowing that, oh, today's Saturday. There's somewhere in me a sense that allows me to say Saturday. So it's that thing I'm trying to get at. And I think that can help in understanding, well, I want that in the deep background of trying to understand why a chart is read the way it is. And it helps when you want to learn to read charts or just to understand the stars in your own biography, to know what is related to what stands next to the region of Aries, what's before it, what's after it, what's opposite it, what's at the 90-degree angle. Those are the things that really facilitate being able to speak about one's personal relationship with the stars. And also, it's not just to satisfy a curiosity, but having that inner picture in an awakened way, it articulates the finer bodies. Takes us out of the physical, but not just in a random, expanding, uncontained way. It allows for, it can create an environment where something can be held or placed. Think of it that way. Like if I know that Aries is opposite Libra, it's not that I can only think about things that are in Aries or in Libra, but that does something in my being. But then when I receive thought or idea, place is being created in me that is related to hierarchical beings that have formative forces that stand as in relationship to those regions. And when we learn that about where they are in relationship to each other, it strengthens our capacities. And I think this has something to do with the Michaelic cosmic intelligence. So it's worth it, I think, to take the time to know that Aries stands opposite Libra, the 90-degree angle of relationship to Cancer, Capricorn, that's something. Or the elements, all of the fire signs harmonize, all of the earth signs, and what are they? So I'm not going to go through all of that, but I want us to get this chart. So does everybody have their circle and they've got it divided up by 12? It's kind of not a lot of time to do it. So everybody identify the spot that would be 9 o'clock on that chart that you've just created. So that would be the point that is on the left. So if you imagine yourself at the center of your circle, you as a human being that has been born on the earth, a specific place at a specific time on a specific date. And if you could image where the planets were relative to the stars, where the sun was, what phase the moon was in, all of that is part of your biographical picture. The moment of the recorded moment of your first breath, when you, begin to live in the physical body on the earth, if you were to look east, a particular zodiacal sign would have been rising. So let's just take a moment to think about the earth in its motion. The earth is turning east. So it's turning east. So when you read an astrology chart, you read it counterclockwise from that point that is leftmost on the chart. That's the starting point. And then you go counterclockwise from there because you're going with the motion of the earth toward the east. So a terrestrial map will show that point to the left there as west. When you're looking at the earth, we're looking at the stars. That's east. Sorry if that's confusing, but that's the east. So at the moment that you're born, something is occupying that position on the eastern horizon, and we call that the rising sign. Well, it's 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
Yeah, it's the exact opposite.
But that's,
West on a terrestrial map,
yeah.
east on a celestial map. Yeah. Yes.
This is moment of prayer.
We're just clarifying that that 9 o'clock point on a star map is east. I'm pointing to my left because when I look at it, it's on the left. That's east, and that's what's rising. Another name for that is that's what's ascending. So that's what's rising up,
Doesn't mean the sun is
not to the sun, unless you're born right at sunrise. Aha.
Yeah, I hear that. I've heard my whole life. I didn't know what it was.
I was.
So there was more than one person born right at the moment of sunrise. Who was born at the moment of sunset with full moon rise? Want to brag about it? Okay. Okay, so rising sign, ascending sign. And this gives the, you could say it's like the mask that we wear. Now, if you have the sun right there, then that's not much of a, I mean, there's a harmony between the sun sign and that mask. But if you're like me, born at sunset, the mask is quite a bit different than the sun sign. The sun was in Aries, but Scorpio was rising. So this starts to give nuance. How does an Aries sun express itself through Scorpio? So this kind of contradiction, or why don't people see me the way I see myself? That kind of thing expresses itself in that, just as a kind of a superficial sense of, where's this coming from? So it's as though you've gathered in the forces, and in that easternmost point, that's what would be the sunrise point, is where I come into my body. That's the rising sign. And that's the mask that I wear. That's the first encounter I have with the other in the world. I show up here.
Doesn't it mean though, at that point, the sun was right?
Now, there's a question clarifying that I'm not going to repeat, if you don't mind.
No problem.
Okay. So that first region has to do traditionally with selfhood, the rising sign, or what would be described as the first house. So we're going counterclockwise. So starting at the horizon, going down, because the earth is turning east. So even though on the chart it looks like it's going down, that's actually what's going to come up. This.
What chart, what sign is there?
If you calculate, so the question is, how do you know what sign is there? You have to know what time, the day you were born, where you were born, and what time you were born. So those three things: place, time, date. And then you can calculate. So if you know time of day, so for instance, I was born at 8:30 p.m. on April 8th. Sun had already set, full moon was rising. And so that starts to give you that orientation. So when an astrologer or an astrosopher is casting a chart, you need those three elements. Where were you on the earth? What time of day was it? And what day of the year was it? And that allows you to cast the chart for that moment. And so this is what brings the individuality, that rising sign. So that's the selfhood. And then going counterclockwise, you come to the second region or the second house. I'm being shy about saying house because I haven't described what the houses are. It's a way of dividing a chart up so that you can read it based on many, many different systems. The Placidus system takes what's at the zenith relative to where would be that 12 o'clock relative to the horizon, and you divide how far away that is from the ascendant, and then you cast that into a circle to get the division of the houses. It gets really technical. If you don't mind, I'm not going to go there. Okay. So first house, selfhood, and have this imagination. I've breathed into this body, the spirit germ of which has been cultivated all the way from the star, receiving formative forces through the zodiac, the rhythmic forces through the planets, coming into the moon sphere, waiting for that moment of the conception, the descent of the spirit germ. Now, the motion of the planets is going to help articulate those life forces as the embryo develops and the growth, and coming into this moment. Now I'm breathing, the breath of life comes into this body. I don't mean to say that that's the moment that life begins. This is all in a process of becoming, but now I'm coming fully into the physical world. And now that I've breathed in, and that first house has to do with selfhood, the second house is traditionally connected to the physical material plane, the stuff. I think of it as, oh, I'm in a body. How do I sit this body up, lift up the head, crawl, walk? This is second house, physical materiality. I am recording. Yes, thank you. And there's no one waiting to get in. Okay, thank you. So the second house has to do with physical materials. And I think of it in terms of the body, because we're coming from the spiritual world into the physical world, and we've got to learn how to use these materials. Then continuing counterclockwise, we come to the third region, which has to do with kind of the rhythm in this physical material environment in which I find myself. So I come in, first house selfhood, second house physical, third house rhythm. And these things that are happening first, second, and third, I liken it to the first 3 years of the life. Impressions are being made that do not belong to the realm of memory. Nonetheless, they are significant impressions that will play out in the course of the life. That third house of rhythm is often described as the day-to-day routine that is rooted in what was my experience of early childhood in the home, the relationship between the parents, the caregivers, the siblings, early childhood education, all of the things that are happening in earliest childhood, just as memory is starting to become active. It has to do in learning to speak, learning to communicate, learning to use the physical material body that I now have. Then we come to the base of the chart, the nadir, the cusp into the fourth house. This is the foundation. And so you could imagine the number 3, it's the first whole number, like a tripod. It has the what it needs to stand, but it's kind of dynamic. It's seeking completion in the fourth element. So 4 is home. Solid, I'm here. Come in, bring my spirit germ is descending in. Realize myself in the physical world. So the selfhood through the first house, physical in the second, rhythm early childhood in the third, and then the fourth, now I have a foundation within myself in the world. It's also where you look for home. How is home defined? Or what is important as home for the individual when you're looking at a chart? Is there a planet there? What sign is there? These things will help you to understand what home is. Then, this is how I imagine it. Now we're continuing to move counterclockwise from the fourth house into the fifth house. The fifth house is a place of creativity. So you can imagine that having come into the world and learning how to use the body and the environment that it's in, and okay, I'm at home here, now I can begin to create. So the fifth house has to do with artistic expression. It also has to do with children. The things that would only come into the world because I take action or initiative to bring them into being. It's also small business initiative, something that I'm going to will into being. There's a question.
This also relate in terms of age to when the therapist years.
So the question is about whether or not this corresponds to the age that etheric forces are freed. I suppose you could look at it that way. I wouldn't impose that on it yet. I mean, can we hold off on that so I can give the whole lay of the land? So that fifth house is that creativity. Then the sixth house. Sixth house is traditionally, in an astrological tradition, is related to a sense of service, duty, physical health and well-being. It's still below the horizon. It's described as the place where the sun shines the least. I think of the way duty or service is related to physical health and well-being, that my care for myself can be a service to others, in that they do not have to care or spend their energy caring for me because I haven't cared for myself.
It has to do with this.
Yeah. So if you drew your circle with that horizon line, the first to the sixth house is below the horizon. So this has to do with me, my inner life, my experience of being in a body and being in the world. This is coming from me. Into the seventh house, now I'm moving above the horizon. The seventh house stands exactly opposite the first. So where the first house has to do with selfhood, the seventh house has to do with the other and partnership. Intimate one-on-one relationship. It can be the best friend, it can be the beloved, it can be a business partner, that close one-on-one personal relationship. And so what I imagine then is, out of that encounter with the other, what can awaken in me is, they've got a destiny path all their own. We're in the physical body and rhythm of life experience and creativity and activity, but now here's somebody that's taken an entirely different path to this moment that we've met. And out of that would begin to develop my sense of, how do we share with one another? This is the eighth house. Shared resources, consciousness about the cycles of life and of death. My horizons are beginning to broaden beyond my own physicality, which is the second house, the materials, into a more philosophical bent about the reality of being in the physical world and having a spiritual nature, or being a spiritual being in the physical world. And this is coming out of encounter with the other. Then, ninth house has to do with my worldview. So I can begin to articulate. It's oftentimes described as the house of the higher mind. It stands opposite the third house, which is my daily routine and the rhythm of my life and my daily environment that has certain boundaries around it. The ninth house wants to move beyond those boundaries, and it can be through study, it can be through travel, it can be through meditation, anything that's going to remove me from the boundary of the physical world to really develop a sense of what's beyond what I know. place where I'm continually striving to understand.
Identification of that line.
Higher mind. Yeah. Then from the 9th house, we get to the cusp of the 10th house, which is exactly opposite the base of the chart, where we had the foundation and the sense of home. Now we're at the outermost expression of the self. 10th house has to do with kind of my interface with the outer world, my profession, how I am publicly recognized. Mary Stewart Adams is a Star Lore historian. That's up there in the 10th house. Teacher, investment banker. That's usually, you look for that activity in the 10th house. Standing opposite the 4th house, the foundation, the innermost, 10th house, the career, outermost. You'll see that from the top, now we start to curve back toward the ascendant, coming into the 11th house. Now this has to do with community relationships. It's not the one-on-one intimate relationship of the 7th house, but now the groups that I identify with. Could be a neighborhood community, could be the Anthroposophical Society, could be a certain shared study or a shared interest. We share hopes, we share wishes, we share dreams. The 11th house stands opposite the 5th, my creativity. And now, how do we bring that into the world with one another? Then coming into the 12th house. The 12th house is, although the 6th is described as the place where the sun shines the least, the 12th would be kind of that unconscious region. Think of it like the broom closet, where you put the things that you can't deal with, but on occasion you got to open the door and see what's in there. Yes. Yeah, it's not entirely visible. So it can have to do with the things that are hidden, or things like the dream life or the occult. The things that you really have to exercise a willed conscience and consciousness to access. Then we're back to the ascendant. Everything above the horizon line has to do with my engagement with the world. So everything below the horizon line is my inner self, you could say, my sense of myself. Everything above the horizon line is my engagement with the world. So then when you look at the chart of someone's birth and you are able to calculate that exact moment of birth, you'll see, unless you were born at exact moment of sunrise, the sun can show up in any one of those regions. If it's in the 4th house, then the light is radiating on the foundation. The home is going to be important. How that person stands in the world on a foundation is really of utmost importance. If it's in the 7th house, partnerships really matter. 10th house, this is somebody that's probably going to be very devoted to their career in the world. So this is kind of just a basic structure so that you can understand when you put the planets then in their places, and each planet is carrying a particular characteristic. And then each region of the zodiac is also at play. So whereas, like, I'll use myself, I have Scorpio rising, someone else has Leo rising. We could be born on the same day, but a couple hours apart. Same configuration of planets, but totally different in the houses. So that you get this unique picture.
Okay, 11th house is opposite 5th.
Yes.
So the 5th has to do with how I express myself, and 11th has to do with how I commune with others. Doing that?
Yes, shared. So the question is about the relationship between the 11th and the 5th house. So 5th house is creativity, and the 11th house is kind of shared hopes and wishes and dreams, the vision we share together.
Well, that's how others see us. Let's really get to the sense of the other.
So the question is whether the 12th house is how others see us and its potential connection to the 12 senses. I don't understand it that way. I would say the 1st house is how others see us.
That it's this visible part of us, but it's unconscious.
The 12th house?
Yeah, what did you say?
I don't think I said it was the visible part of us. It's the unconscious. It's the least visible. The least, we're least aware of it.
Like you said,
It's-
under
planet.
Yeah, it's still above the horizon, right? But it's coming back to that place where it's kind of setting at the horizon. So it's the least, it's like the least known to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Another question. Yes.
This is too off topic.
Okay.
I'm so interested in this possibility or reality that people can be born on the same day as a part of the different astrology.
Yes.
Is there anything you can say about how that reveals something about complexity of the force?
So the question is about how people can be born on the same day, but because they're different, they're hours apart, the ascendant would be different. It gives a completely different gesture, even though the planets are in relative same relationships to one another. And what I would say is it isn't just the planets and the stars. Also, we are each inheriting our life from ourselves. You know, each is coming with a particular articulation. But I think one of the ways I can better explain it, I had an opportunity once. Yeah, I've over the years have read lots of different charts. And this gal sat down with me and I looked at the chart and I saw that she had the moon conjunct Venus in the 3rd house. Okay, moon and Venus, that seems strong, feminine. 3rd house, just early childhood. Okay, so this is maybe a close relationship to the mother, close relationship to the sister. There's a really important female. This is what I'm seeing. I don't know this person, but I'm looking at this and just kind of, you know, you're trying to read it. What might that say? And I said, you probably had a really close relationship with your sisters, your mother. She was a triplet. She had two, they were all 3 of them born together. Now, the interesting thing about it is that they didn't all carry that the same way. One had a greater expression of the Venus, another had a greater expression of the moon, even though they were all born relatively at the same time in the same place. So it's that way also. You know, so it has something to do with the individuality. I mean, this is a superficial way to say it, but how am I wearing the thing that I put on? Is it droopy? Am I standing into it? You know, 2 people can wear the same thing and occupy this. Yeah. So I hope that maybe kind of touches it. So when you're reading a chart, you know, to have that sensitivity that we aren't always fully aware of the dynamic that's operating in the star picture. And as someone reading it, you have to be really sensitive to not imposing, you know, to oftentimes if you do a biographical review and an intake process first, you can learn how much is another awake to in what's happening in their star picture. You know, it will oftentimes show up. There are very dramatic events that happen in the life, and you'll see a gesture of the planets around that time. Are there any questions online? So Nisha asked, is there time for you to give an example of how you would set the chart? Could you explain that more to me, Nisha? I don't understand.
Yeah, it was just to take an example of, sorry, video. To take an example of, like, if you have the birth date and the sun and sunrise, sunset, and where you'd put them. Yes. And how you would then set them along the houses visually.
Okay, so I would say, I'll have to say that I do use a computer program. I don't do it physically myself where I draw it by hand. And so I pick a particular, I use a Placidus system. And so I know it's going to divide the houses a certain way. And then I input the data, date, time, place. And so what's rising is always going to be at that 9 o'clock point on the chart. And then what's straight up, that's always the 10th house. I mean, you'll see when you look at a chart, the numbers 1 through 12 in counterclockwise order. So that will always be the same. So the way I've just described it, that's always the same. What differs is what sign is it that's there at the ascendant, and then where are the planets. When this is a badly worn ephemeris. Mm-hmm. You can see that it's like fallen apart. There are a couple of years at the beginning of this century that I no longer have because it's fallen apart. This is just a list of every day of the month and each planet by degree sign of the zodiac. So that you can say, okay, someone asked me a question. Oh, Travis, you asked me, how would I know when Saturn touches my sun? You use an ephemeris. Or you can use a fancy computer program, but you can have an ephemeris and you can say, okay, I know that the sun was 18 degrees of Aries when I was born, and I can look to see when is Saturn 18 degrees of Aries. Find out the year that that's happened. Then I look into my life and say, oh, what happened? So I have an ephemeris. This one is for the 20th century. Also, you can see it's all taped together. These become, the reason I keep them and don't just buy new ones is because I write notes in the margins, and this becomes a historical record of things, the research that's already been done that I might not remember, but then something in the stars points to it. And I go back and I'll see I already made a note coming from a different perspective. And you start to gather, it starts to populate. And think of this, Emily Dickinson, she wrote this very short, really beautiful poem. Go thy great way. The stars thou meetest are even as thyself. For what are stars but asterisks to point a human life? So the stars aren't predicting, they're just pointing. Look there, human being, and you might find something that belongs to this moment in your life that you want to pay attention to. We could pass it right by, but looking. So for instance, I was actually trying to see whether there were significant dates when it might be beneficial to do the eurythmy of the foundation stone in the year 2023 in anticipation of the Christmas conference. That was how I saw, wow, Saturn is going over the south node of the Christmas conference. I didn't have that thought ahead of time. I was looking for something, and then that showed itself. So it's like the star saying, look right here. You'll see something.
What's the difference between having a challenging astrological moment and falling on and learning from it versus having a challenging astrological moment and somehow not falling?
So I've been asked an impossible question. What is the difference between experiencing a challenging, I'm just going to say a challenging moment in your life behind which there is a star picture, and making it through that or not making it through it, but either way learning something? I'm just going to put it in the context of the chemical wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz. On day 2, he's already received the invitation to the wedding. He has a dream, he's in a dungeon, he's got to get out of this dungeon. Then he wakes up and he's on his way. He's got the invitation, he's got the roses, he's brought his bread, his salt, his water. He's whistling, he's singing, the bird song is going. He sees the 3 cedar trees on the top of the mountain. He goes up there and then he sees the sign. Oh, traveler, if you've heard anything about the wedding, you might want to turn around and go home right now. Otherwise, you see before you 4 paths. Pick one. This one is going to take you a long time and you might get lost. This one, be okay if you got a compass, might take you a while, but you'll stay true. This next one, this is only for the royals. You think you're good enough, go ahead, you take that one. The 4th one is for incorruptible bodies only. Choose. So he's standing there. What do I do? And a dove settles at his feet. He takes his bread, he feeds the dove, a blackbird descends to take the crust of bread away from the dove, and he chases off the blackbird. And by the time he's settled that little scuffle, he realizes he's on a path and he can't turn around. And so the question in the room, which path? He doesn't say. That's not the point. The point is, how you engage the experience depends on who you are and what you've been doing. So you fall, you fall, you fall, you fall, but you keep getting up and you keep going and you keep trying. So I would say, depending on the read, he takes every path, but not all at the same time. Because you could, when you read it, say, oh, there's a clue. He took the third path. He took the second path. Oh, he's on the first path. Or where in my life am I just going astray? Where do I have a sense? Up, up, stay steady. And where is that inner uprightness that wears the crown? And how can I recognize my immortal nature? So that's how I would, that's how I would think of it. Ah, good Christian music. To the rescue. And he's calling. Okay. Let's see. I want to be mindful of the time again. It's almost 2:45. So we agreed that we would do another artistic activity. There's a question here. Thank you, Christine. And thank you for those in the room that said thank you for the answer. Could you speak a very little more on 8th house and how this relates to 2nd house? Sophia has asked. So the 8th house it can be, I was talking about it as shared resources. It also has to do with inheritance. So it's something that's coming from beyond me, but that is connected to the material world. And what I inherit is not just money or property. It can be ideas. It can be an attitude, a mood of soul that is influenced by an experience of the other. The 2nd house is more about my direct relationship to the physical material world. What do I possess? How am I related to the things that I possess? Does do I keep my environment tidy? Is it messy and sloppy? Do I need it to be clean? Like, how do I move in that space? So if we've got Jupiter on the cusp of the 2nd house, or Sagittarius, like, is it just a lot of stuff everywhere? I mean, it's just a real quick way to describe that. If Venus is there, I need to be surrounded by beauty, or the things I'm drawn toward, beautiful things. So I hope that touches that. So what I have tasked Lucien with, since he asked me that hard question, I've given him a hard assignment. I wanted us to have an experience of the colors of the zodiac that we drew in a circle, but now in the form of a lemniscate that gives us a greater sense of this kind of outer and what has been fully, kind of more fully realized as the day-wake colors of the zodiac, and then the inner colors that still, it's kind of, they're only illuminated by our activity and our inner light. And I wonder if I should show everybody that, because I brought a copy of it. So what we're going to create is this. So this comes from a book that was created by Gertrude Godwin. Marvelous, marvelous sculpture artist in England that has dedicated herself to understanding the zodiac through sculpture. So she put together a book that she engaged several different artists to do something about zodiac. And so one of the artists created this. So you can see this is the kind of Pisces, Aries region rising up through Taurus to Gemini, the green of Cancer, the blue of Leo, down to the indigo of Virgo. And then we cross over right here, Virgo touching into Libra. Now we get into these inner colors. So Rudolf Steiner describes how in our time, we can't think of the forces of the zodiac as one thing. It's not that they're just descending. Some have already descended and are ascending. And so that's Aries to Libra. Those forces have already descended and are ascending. But then from Scorpio to Pisces, the zodiacal forces are still descending. So that would be from this region through, like it's still coming inward. So this is where we are as human beings kind of, I guess you could say, evolving something by bringing our light, the light of the I am, to radiate. So we're going to draw that. While I've asked a question of the name of the book, while Lucian leads the drawing, I will look it up because I didn't carry it here with me. Yeah, I'll get it to you. Oh, Gertrude Godwin, Godwin. Gertrude Godwin. Yes, so we're going to do a quick move here. So bear with us, everybody online. It's the 12. Yeah, I should know by heart. Yes.
The upper portion. Here's the surface. And the lower portion appears to what value is.
Well, the inner part of the outer circle. Okay, so the colors are going out and coming in, and so you've got a lemniscate there, and the colors are colors. So you start with that. The uniform. Did you hear that? I'm sorry. Did you hear what I was saying? So the question was about, it looks like the outer part, the top is a circle and the bottom part like a teardrop. What I was drawing attention to is that there's a kind of a symmetrical lemniscate in there. And the top part, the colors radiate out. And at the bottom, they're radiating in. So this gives the illusion that the top form is a different shape than the bottom, but it's the direction that the light is radiating. Yes, yes.
There are two ways or more that you could do this. A very simple way would be to draw in light pencil just the lemniscate. And then on the outer top part to just draw a larger dome. And then you can fill that in. The way that you could do it more organically with a little bit more interactivity is to not draw the outline of the lemniscate and discover it through the color. Whatever you feel most comfortable with, I welcome you to do.
Yeah,
I have a question.
yes.
Yes.
So the inner ones are always going to be the ones that are underneath the ecliptic or beneath the ecliptic, or is it, if we know where our houses, and colors lie, should we try to do it that way, or?
Question, Christina, thank you. So we're going back now to the zodiac. So away from the chart that I just had us create, which is really about our individuality, and now back more generically to the zodiac. To not its expression just in the personal chart, but kind of, I'll use the word universally. So the day wake signs and the inner signs, but depending on when you're born, you might have the day wake signs below the horizon, right? So so the color, I suppose there would be some nuance to the color, but we're not going to go there. That would take some research and living with, but it's a good question. So thank you. Yes. Yes. Yeah, so the question is that the first image that we drew, which was to get a sense of the color, and we moved in clockwise motion, But when you actually cast a birth chart, you read it counterclockwise. Yes. So you were correct in sensing it. Yeah, you're reading them in the opposite direction. Yes, because of the motion of the earth. And I will say that I caught myself at that moment when we started to go clockwise, and I thought, oh, and then I decided to keep going. So I hope it didn't confuse. Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. It's when you're reading it, like when you look at a star map, you have to hold it over your head to get the correct orientation, because east and west are on the opposite sides than they are on a map of the earth. Because we're looking up instead of down. It does require a mobility in the thinking. Even though it sounds like it's an easy thing, you do have to actually do something in the thinking to make it make sense. And that's a little used muscle, I would say.
Oh, we don't have a lot of time to go into the color, gesture, and all of the inner spiritual qualities of them. But if there's anything you can remember from the first artistic exercise about what are the inner form impulses in the color, and just invite some of that into your color making, it will help offer this up to spiritual cognition in the astrosophy. And remembering that in every color lives all the other colors can allow for a lot of creativity and nuance to actually sculpt those colors, rather than just being very dogmatic about green is green, but what is living in green as quality. There's red even there, as an invisible quality. There's yellow and blue. So playing with those can make this more effective. One of the things that we were speaking about over lunch was how, why is it that this outer raying color relationship is so much more apparently diverse than the inner part? And one of the things that Mary was saying was how this inner realm is expressing colors more of the invisible, colors more of the part that we are evolving into and striving to perceive, whereas these outer colors are almost given in the external world. They're more exoteric, while this inner lower realm is more esoteric. So just to experience some of that when you're drawing this, that the upper part is something that relates to the esoteric, the exoteric, and the inner part, it relates to the esoteric. Is that true?
You could say it that way. I would also say that one of the things that we were talking about is how, when you look at the cycle of the year, when we're entering into season, moving through the region of the zodiac that belong, at least in the northern hemisphere, belong to the darkest time of the year, that it is as though we have to shine our light through the earth. So we're having this experience of color through the earth. So it's not the sun-filled light of the outer, that which has already been ascended. You could say has already been sun-filled. Being thou clothed in light, strengthened by sun. So Aries to Libra, strengthened by sun. And now we're going to take that in as a realization of the sun, or you could say the Christ within the self, and penetrate fully into the physical realm, following the path of the Christ being. So we haven't fully achieved that yet. This color in the lower part of the lemniscate would express that. It's striving inward to develop the light. This is from the verse that I read is from the Easter lecture, the Easter series. Writing on it that is yeah. I have to look. Sorry, I apologize. And I know that the translations matter. This is my excuse. Before coming here, I flew to New York. So I could only bring very few books with me. And you carry verses with you and you think, oh, which one am I going to use? And so I just wrote it down rather than bringing the book. Yeah. This is actually in the lecture. Yeah.
This point here, this crossing point.
So Lucian is asking me to talk about the crossing point in the lemniscate, which I'm happy to talk about. So it's that moment of equinox, both in spring and fall. Balance. Day and night are of equal length. But balance is not a point of, it's not an experience of stasis. It's actually, as this particular lemniscate shows, it's a moment of turning. So to stay balanced in the turn, if you have an opportunity to be in the woods at equinox time and there's a fallen tree, you can try to balance on the tree and turn. It's that. That's what that equinox balance is about. Being able to stay balanced in the motion. Stillness is associated with solstice, standing still, highest up. So the Gemini gesture all the way out, and then the Sagittarius all the way in. While we're drawing, I'm going to lapse into a little Dante. Because in his Divine Comedy, Dante descends with Virgil all the way to the innermost reaches of the earth in the Inferno, where they come to the body of Lucifer, and they have to climb down the body of Lucifer all the way to his thigh before they turn and emerge. They come out once more to see the stars. Then they're at the base of the mountain of Purgatory. The Easter sun is coming. They move through the purgatory. He passes through the wall of fire. He meets his Beatrice. They mount up into the paradise. In the paradise, Dante and Beatrice are moving through the different planetary spheres. From the Saturn sphere, they mount up to the stars at the region of Gemini. So you'll notice that Gemini is at the top of the chart. This image, Sagittarius will be at the bottom. The thigh is ruled by Sagittarius. So Dante descends all the way to the thigh of Lucifer and then mounts up. And then he goes into the starry realm at Gemini, which is exactly opposite. So it's not just a trick. He's not just being clever. There's something else happening there as well. When you look at our planetary system and you look at the path of the planets through the night sky and then the path of the Milky Way, the Milky Way, the path of the planets crosses through the Milky Way at two places, at Gemini and Sagittarius. So this is so in addition to having this equinox cross at the center of that lemniscate, we have this balance Then you also have the Gemini Sagittarius crossing of the Milky Way. Really, really beautiful. The planets are moving through that region. They're crossing right through the Milky Way. Not shown in this image. Or what should I say, not pictured here. Beautiful. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You can look at your first drawing and try to imagine it transforming into a lemniscate in order to better get those nuanced colors, especially in the inner form. And another thing you can do is just try to feel the gradient from left to right as it moves, and how that gradient kind of moves in your heart ether as a transforming feeling. That will also help produce something meaningful in the color. Yeah, so there was a question about what do I mean by the gradient. One of the things that I've learned through art making is that the most effective way for me to work with color is to experience it in metamorphosis. And the way we can do that is by actually creating color gradient, ombres, or yeah. And as we actually create those colors, we experience how they're changing, and we experience them inwardly in our heart specifically. And it gives us an inner sense of the being of that color. And it almost guides us to work with that color in a way that is alive and meaningful rather than conceptual.
How's everyone doing in their drawing? I mean, is it doing? This is an interesting exercise to undertake again and again, and also during the Holy Nights. So to get that real sense of the inner and the outer at that time. And also the form of the lemniscate is really important to our being able to realize a healthy social form. And I'll describe it this way, that when Nicholas Copernicus introduced his idea that the earth was in motion about the sun, he was not the first to conceive of this, but he wrote it down and published it. And in speaking about this, Rudolf Steiner indicates that this is a slaying of the Isis Sophia, because the way the material is introduced is devoid of spirit. Copernicus did have the idea that things were moving in circles around the sun. It took Johannes Kepler to get to the ellipse and the elliptical movement. But nonetheless, we still have what we consider is described as a Copernican model of our planetary system, with the sun as the central force and everything orbiting around it. But Rudolf Steiner introduces the idea of the lemniscate as the form of motion of our planetary system. And trying to conceive of this form is really, I think, helpful to trying to realize a threefold social organism. Because in the Copernican, it's inner, outer. It's kind of a twofold. There's that to which I have surrendered agency outside of myself. And that to which I have surrendered agency is outside of myself. So the Earth's forces are surrendered. The self-directing forces of Earth are surrendered. It's not that gravity doesn't exist, but that there is no place for the self-directing consciousness of Earth in that model of Copernicanism. And so try to regain that sense of willed relationship between Earth and Sun. And I, at the risk of being too technical, Johannes Kepler describes the elliptical movement of the planets around the Sun. And he says that the planets move in ellipses around a central body that is not at the center of the ellipse, but is at one of the focal points, one of the two focal points, and that the radius vector between that which is being orbited, the Sun, and that which is orbiting it, we're talking about Earth, that radius vector is continually altering. That continual alteration implies a conscious relationship, not just circling, but I'm moving with a conscious relationship, that around which I'm moving.
Agreed.
And it's also a healthy social life is found when in the mirror of each individual soul, the community finds its reflection, and in the community, the virtue of each one is living. It's that kind of relationship. So it starts to give a sense of what form in our thought can really support a healthy social organism. So working with the lemniscate, even if we can't get to that intellectually, into that conception, working with the lemniscate, I think, can support that. And then those who can do the astronomy to sort out that lemniscate as a motion of our planetary system, they can do it. And then that can come into the world and into the stream of consciousness.
I'll say something about economics in that regard.
Yeah. So there's yes, you can say something about economics in that regard.
Well, just the whole question of inner and outer is reflected in the income and expense balance sheet.
So the inner and the outer is reflected in income and expense and balance sheet accounts.
The
Mhm.
world and the self
The world and the self
are one.
are
And
one.
they're brought together through the eye.
And they're brought together through the eye of the individual, which also to me sounds like this kind of a form. Outer, the inner, and that place where they meet, that eye, in the eye.
There has to be, but like you said, in the dualistic image of Copernicus, there's no place for
Right,
self-directed individual.
right. In the Copernican model, there's no place for the self-directed individual.
But in
Yeah.
that threefold image, it's essential that the human being be at the center of
Yes.
economic life.
And in the threefold image of the individual, it's essential that the human being be at the center of the economic life. Yes. And that is how I would say, when I say I'm a star lore historian, it keeps me free to be able to use astrology, to use astrosophy, to use astronomy, always with the goal of putting the human being at the center of our thought about the relationship with the stars. So how do I affirm the being of the human in that?
Something we're going to vaccine mandates.
Right. So that being shared in the room, what's something that's happening in current time with something like a vaccine mandate, which has that kind of duality of the Copernican, where there's an outside agency saying this is what you'll do with your in your individual being. One way to say it. Yeah. And so how do we get to a threefold relationship in that? So where is everyone? Let's do a progress check. Does everybody have an image they'd like to share on the screen? Or just give a thumbs up that you've completed and that you're, look at that, look at that.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. Do you see, Lucian? Can you see?
Yeah, so beautiful.
Yeah. Okay.
Think I'm done?
I think so. What do you think?
Yeah.
But I think it's
Yeah, I think that's
you could work with this. You can work with this and relate it, as we did earlier, to the different signs of the zodiac. Now you have the colors. You can put the virtues in there. I haven't tried to apply a chart to this, but you could. You know, you could, what I would do, cut out the sun and put it there at Aries and the moon at Libra and just see, what does that look like? Can I have that sense of myself in it? Mars over here in Leo. Of course, if you don't know your chart, then it's not so easy to do. But I think all of us probably know where the sun sign is. So I was asked a question during lunchtime about the verse, "The stars spoke once to man." And I would like to share about that if everyone is willing. Yes, and if you have, this will be a good time for, if you have questions or need clarification for some of the things that I've shared and that Lucian has brought to us. The stars spoke once to man verse. I feel like I'm compelled to say it, and I'm saying it from heart, so I might not be exact. The stars spoke once to man. It is world destiny. They are silent now. To be aware of this silence can be pain for earthly man. But in the deepening silence, there grows and there ripens what man speaks to the stars. To be aware of this speaking can become strength for spirit man. So this verse was given by Rudolf Steiner to Marie Steiner on Christmas Day, 1922, just 1 week before the fire that destroyed the first Goethe Annum. And I'm not sure if it was published or made known prior to its publication in a book in the 1960s that was published on the anniversary of her birth. So 100 years after her birth. It's a much loved and much used verse. In fact, Jonathan Hilton named it stars. So I have the bold idea that it is, in a certain respect, one aspect of setting a precedent for what would come as the foundation stone meditation. And that this is before the fire that destroys the first Goethe Annum. But it is a statement that we are now at a time when we can become aware of our speaking to the stars. And I feel like what Rudolf Steiner is saying, he's saying we can become aware of our speaking, and then 1 year later, he speaks. And it's the foundation stone meditation that is spoken. This is a speaking to the stars from a human being on the earth. And when I look into the verse, holding that idea, so to say the stars spoke once to man, this points to an age, you could say historically, that belongs to the pre-Christian era, when, at least as close to our time as the Egypto-Chaldean epic, there's still a sense of the speaking of the starry spiritual world to the human being. And you can see in the sculptural forms of the Egyptians, there's still a stillness, as though a listening. It hasn't fully entered into the human being yet, that mobility. But then also, I imagine that speaking of the stars sounds through the first 3 panels of the foundation stone meditation as human soul. Thou livest in the limbs. Thou livest in the beat of heart and lung. Thou livest in the resting head. This is a speaking from the stars, a call to the human being. And then this moment of world destiny, when they become silent. I used to think that that was Copernicanism. That's the silencing of the stars. But actually, I now think it's the incarnation of the Christ. That once the I am enters fully into the physical material world, the speaking of the stars, not only is it no longer heard, it's no longer necessary, because now it must rise up from within the individual. So it's an actual realization of the Christ in the self. So then this takes us to the 4th panel, at the turning point of time. So this is the world destiny moment. The stars become silent. At the turning point of time, the spirit light of the world entered the stream of earthly being. Darkness of night had held its sway. Day radiant light poured into the souls of human beings. Light that gives warmth to simple shepherds' hearts. Light that enlightens the wise heads of kings. And then, in the Stars Spoke Once to Man verse, the pain of being separated from starry worlds before fully realizing the Christ consciousness in the self, that pain develops a longing for reunion with that. We were speaking about the longing earlier. And out of that comes the capacity for the human being to speak. So the human being speaks, O light divine, O Son of Christ, warm thou our hearts, enlighten thou our heads. So in the foundation stone meditation, it's at that point that the human being first begins to speak. There's the three calls, could say, from the spiritual world, the stars speaking to the human being, the Christ mystery happening at Mr. Golgotha, that turning point of time where the stars grow silent. And now in our fifth post-Atlantean epoch, we begin to speak. And Rudolf Steiner says, we will become aware of our speaking. And this touches a far distant future when the spirit man will be realized, which stands in line first with spirit self, life spirit, spirit man. And so the spirit self would be the enlightened astral body, which is also referred to as a Virgin Sophia, into which then the spirit self can pour itself. And then you could say organs of spiritual perception are latent in that spirit self until it impresses itself on the etheric, which gives life to those organs. And then that awakens that life spirit. And then that impressing all the way into the physical is spirit man, which is the furthest stage that we can reach from this time. That's how I understand that verse. Yeah, thanks for asking. Yeah. So I think in asking the question, why was it given to Marie Steiner? Who is she in relationship to that? And looking at her role in developing with Rudolf Steiner the speech art that supported the eurythmy. This is a preparation for a far distant future when, through the word, something will be realized in humanity. In the beginning was the word, and this word being prepared through what can be known of the human being through spiritual science and this encounter with the being of Anthroposophia. And yeah, maybe that's enough said. She was very strict, at least the stories of it, very, very strict about how the speech art was to be practiced. And I have this imagination that potentially she was told, don't let that foundation shake or move. It's got to be solid. And so you hold it very tightly to make sure that it doesn't, so that it can really develop, because it's an art that will reach far, far, far into the future.
And you can think about reproduction, the larynx.
Yes, the future of reproduction through the larynx. Yes.
Formation of the subsequent beings are going to be based on beautiful speech.
Yeah, so the beautiful formation of future beings are based on the formation of speech and health. And Rudolf Steiner also says that through the heart is an organ through which the human being, we make ourselves human. Through the larynx, the gods make us human. So this relationship to the word and to an understanding that through our word, we speak to the stars. It's tremendous.
More about.
Yeah. So I'm smiling at something that was said by a speech artist that said, thank you. So let's continue to support the speech arts. And then a question in the room. And would it be off topic to talk about Marie Steiner and her stars in relationship to what we're talking about? I mean, I'm willing to go there. I don't, if there's interest.
Are there
Yeah, this is a time of questions. If there's other questions, so there's a Marie Steiner question on the
other
table.
questions?
Yes, I could do that. Anybody else have another question that they want me to make note of?
I had a question that was kind of, and also, I think she doesn't think about days of the week in the planet.
Okay. Okay. Does anyone else have a question? There was somebody that asked a question in the chat. I got to back up and see. Oh, it was more to recommend that we do the question and answer at the end.
Mary, I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on using the Steiner seals, the artist part, as in the kind of visual pictures and the colors.
The planetary seals?
Yeah, and also the zodiac seals.
The new images of the zodiac?
Yes.
Okay.
So using them for health and well-being, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else? Maybe I'll just start with these, and I'll start with the last one first. So what I understand is that the planetary seals are very activating and that you don't want to have them laying around. Because it can, I mean, it can interfere with digestion. It can, they are intended to activate something. And I think that they first appeared at the Munich Congress in 1907. So Rudolf Steiner at the time was still doing work within the Theosophical movement. And through Marie von Sievers had met Edward Schure, who was a playwright and a poet. And they met in Paris with, I think, several Russian authors and poets. And a seed began to form about bringing the arts into spiritual science. And so they prepared the Munich Congress such that rather that they weren't able to do all of the constructing that they wanted. So rather than actually having the columns, the planetary columns, they painted the planetary columns and had the planetary seals. The ceiling was to have been draped. Oh gosh, there was red and blue, and I apologize. I can't remember if the ceiling was blue. And then the column, it was red behind the columns. And so this was a remarkable gesture, not entirely well received by the Theosophical community and Theosophical leadership, because this was not the way the Congress was normally held. And you see this picture of the audience there, and Marie Steiner, well, Marie von Sievers at the time, sitting with Edward Schure and Rudolf Steiner. She's wearing a feather boa. This was theater. They did the performance of the drama Et Eleusis by Edward Schure. And so they brought this, they integrated this with the Congress. And so this was the beginning of bringing the arts together into this spiritual science. And out of this, the seed was formed for building the first Goethe Annum. And so these planetary seals appeared there as an esoteric, I want to use my words, I would say like as an esoteric impulse, as a presence of planetary forces. And so this is why you don't want them just laying around, because they are activating. And so to work with them, I think, you know, what I've done in the past is to take the weeks of Lent leading up to the Holy Week, because the Holy Week has very much to do, the days of the week, with the planets and the planetary seals. So a contemplation week by week of each seal. So that when you get then to the Holy Week, you could do one seal each day, which can be really challenging. I will say that Brian Gray has done beautiful work in creating what I would use the word mandala out of stacking them one on top of another. Beautiful work. It's really beautiful and also very activating. You do, like you do, you draw, oh gosh, where does he start? Does he start with Saturn? So he will draw one, and then draw the next one on top of it, draw the next one on top of it. Yeah, I think he starts with Saturn. It's a really beautiful in its color. And then you do the next one in its color. There's a video of this on the Wise Cosmos website. Yeah, it was from Michaelmas 2021. If you want to look that up. Yeah. On the same surface, right on top of each other. Yes. No, right on top of each other. Really, really beautiful by the time it's done. And Brian is quite an artist and trained as an architect, so his drawing is very precise. So that's one thing. Oh yeah, so Kim is asking about the color.
Why? It all makes sense if it goes from the moon. There's something.
Mercury,
Mercury and
Jupiter.
Jupiter in the color. Not the other way around. So I've never understood why that juxtaposition.
So the question is about the colors and the juxtaposition of the colors in the planetary seals relative to the planets. And so the easiest way for me to answer what you just described, because in the sequence of colors, Kim was noting that orange would come between the red and the yellow. Is that what you said?
That's right.
So the red is Mars and the orange is Jupiter, both liberating planets, but between them, a destiny planet, Mercury. Right. So it's this weaving back and forth. So it's not the linear. I mean, so you could say color wheel, right? No, this is a weaving. It's a weaving like this image that I did here on the board. Although you see in the seals a metamorphosis from one to the next in the form rather than in the color.
Don't see it in the color.
Right, you don't see it in the color, but you see it in the form. And then Nisha had also asked about the new images of the zodiac, and these were originally in the calendar of the soul. I have a really, yeah, it's interesting. I've been working with these images for over 20 years. They were first shared with me by a colleague of ours, a dear friend, Tamara Slayton, in black and white Xerox copies, and then they showed up in the Ann Arbor community where I live as these forms that were etched in glass. Margot Rosser was very careful that they not be changed. She did an exact rendering of the way they were created by Ima von Eckertstein. And Ima von Eckertstein had also done, in addition to a sun zodiac and a moon zodiac, she did a Venus zodiac in different mediums, in metal, in wood, in glass, drawing. And then Ima von Eckertstein, Margot Rosser worked with them as well, but primarily in glass. And it's hard to say because they haven't really been developed further. And there was a certain pause in that Rudolf Steiner did not have them recreated again for the subsequent calendar. And I think right now, what I would say is if we look at the work of Gertrude Godwin, she's really somebody that's been working with the zodiac and really in what I would say an inspired way. The forms that are created, they're not so much related to the new images of the zodiac as they are to a metamorphosis of the traditional images, but just experiencing them, I think it's really remarkable. And I've only ever seen pictures of the sculptures. I'm talking about the zodiac images. These are for the planets. And I'm talking about the zodiac, the constellations, the stars. They're not seals. The new images of the zodiac are not seals the way the planetary seals are. They're not forms like that. I have them here. So so this is Aries. But this is Aries as it's etched in glass. It's kind of hard to see. So in the original, It's two faces, one looking into the world and one looking into the spiritual world. And when we look into the day-wake world, it's illuminated for us by the light of the sun. When we look into the spiritual world, it's only illuminated by our own inner light. So that's what Aries would represent as a new image of the zodiac. Taurus. No, Emma von Eckertstein made them. He was guiding her in the process. She meditated on the rising sun, the forces streaming over the sun toward the human being on the earth each day, immersing herself in the after image. And then this is what rose up. Yeah. So I did do, who's asked me this question? Nisha asked me this question. I did a 12-month series on these images for the Anthroposophical Society in America. And you can get that recording on the Society's website. And this, yeah, this is Taurus. And so there's all the colors, Gemini. Yeah, so I have them here. Tamara had a copy of them from a manuscript that was done by a woman named Fiona Tweedale, who had translated Margot Rossler's work on them. And she had put it together with the virtues and with a lot of, Tamara was really good at bringing together a lot of content. And yeah. So that was back in 1996. Yeah. So the question is about these cards, and I apologize, I didn't repeat that question. It was about Tamara Slayton. My sister and I produced these cards for a while. The interesting thing is, to whom does this artwork belong? It belongs to the Anthroposophical Society. And so if you're creating them as an artist, you're using resources to do that. And then if you sell them, you get the money back, but it needs to go back to source. So that's always been a kind of a thing in there. How do we do this? So for a while we produced them, and we created a contract with the society in the United States that when we sell, part of the proceeds will go there. We're always in the midst of getting ready to produce them again. I mean, they're just always at the ready, and it may happen again. It may happen again. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. The seals, the new images of the zodiac. Was that, Kim, did that answer your question as well? And then Lucian, you had a question about Marie Steiner. I did a talk for Miss Tech in December. And so that's also a video that's available, looking specifically at the Stars Spoke Once to Man verse in relationship to the history, Marie Steiner, the foundation stone meditation. So what I'm about to say is coming from some of that, but I did that in December. So bear with me if I don't have all the pieces. It's interesting, to look at what was happening astrologically for Marie Steiner around different events that took place. So for instance, at the laying of the foundation stone in September of 1913, there had been a total lunar eclipse, but Marie Steiner was 46. So at the half node, exactly. The node was halfway around from where it is at birth, at the moment that the foundation stone is laid. Then 10 years later at the fire, she was at her exact nodal return, like exactly that night. So already by that time, she was not able to walk up the hill to the Gartanum. So her not being there was not just because I don't know, whatever reason might be given about why she wasn't there. It wasn't worth the manpower to bring her there to watch the fire. Her body, she couldn't walk up the hill. Yes. No, she didn't have the physical capacities.
Because I don't understand.
Yes.
We don't know what people are saying.
So Andre is saying that she had osteoporosis, and that Rudolf Steiner said that this is related to a relationship to Ahriman. So Ahriman is related to the bone system,
And he was like,
and he was kept away from her through her power. Yeah. So she was not able to go up the hill. They built a carriage for her specifically. So the night of the fire, she's at her nodal return. She had just been given this "Stars Spoke Once to Man" verse. Then the fire happened. Her moon node. She was 55 and 9 months. So that happens for all of us at that time. So just as we're coming to the great conjunction at 56 between Jupiter and Saturn. So that third moon node happens right there. So I think this is significant in her astrological biography, but also in the historical biography of what is her part there. I mean, but specific to the stars, this is what's going on. And that's the destiny axis, the node. It's a house of the word. She's a speech artist. She's bringing this new speech art with Rudolf Steiner. So, and it's set into flame. She wrote a beautiful introduction to the eurythmy course when it was published in 1927. So this is 2 years after Rudolf Steiner died. It's just a phenomenal piece of writing about how the word speaks through the flame, that is its natural element, and that this can frighten. And so we're not accustomed to that. I don't have it by heart, so I can't quote from it, and I don't have the book. But
What is it?
she wrote an introduction to the eurythmy course when it was published in 1927. And Steiner Books, I think it might be Temple Lodge, put together a book of her introductions, just her introductions.
Yeah, you were doing your study introduction.
So Mary is sharing that here in Chicago, they did a study of one of her introductions that is just.
Was it the vessels? Is that what it was? All the vessels?
So we're talking about various introductions that Mary Steiner wrote.
True and false paths of spiritual investigation.
True and False Paths of Spiritual Investigation.
Yeah, I think the original set you had done.
So Marie Steiner did the introduction to the original translation, or the original publication of True and False Paths of Spiritual Investigation, which they've studied here in Chicago. Christine, do you have the book of her forwards? There's just one passage that is just so remarkable.
Marie Steiner.
Do you want the eurythmy book or the True and False Paths?
I want the book of her forwards that was published by Temple Lodge. It's got a picture of her on the cover.
I don't have that one. I have a lot of books, but I don't have that one.
Okay. Okay, thank you for looking. So Lucienne is asking a question.
Yeah, do you feel that the mystery of Marie Steiner is something that more, or do you?
So the question is whether or not, well, you said, do I feel that Marie Steiner is under-researched, and whether there are things there that we don't know, or do we just like
How vital?
how vital? Yeah. So I think I would answer that in the context of Sergei Prokofiev's book, May Human Beings Hear It. Chapter 4 is dedicated to looking at the original council. So Marie Steiner, Ida Wegmann, Günter Wachsmuth, Albert Steffen, Elizabeth Rita, and to really look at these individualities as Rudolf Steiner saw them. So not through the lens of the history, but who are they as individuals? What did Rudolf Steiner see? And then there is the description of an exercise where you would look at each of the individuals, and given a certain description of the stream that you could identify that they stand in, sensing which do you resonate with, and then putting yourself in the other stream so that you can actually genuinely see And that it's really important when doing this, that you do it from this life, so that there's no vague sense of some residue that somehow, maybe you were there, maybe you knew, just none of that, but that door is closed, so that from this life, you can look at these historical individuals that we think we know by stories that we hear, but to really try to get at the truth of their being. Who are they? Why are they with Rudolf Steiner? Why does he choose them to lead this school, to lead this that he has undertaken? So it's a book by Sergei Prokofiev, really big fat book called May Human Beings Hear It. Yes. Yeah. So I think some of the way I would answer the question is yes, it's all of them. We don't know what we think. I mean,
Yeah, Steiner.
so I'm sorry, somebody's waiting to get in. Andre said that Rudolf Steiner referred to Marie Steiner as an avatar, a higher being. I have also, I allow myself to imagine that there is as though the presence of this being that is incorporating. So there's the human being there, but then there's also a higher being that is incorporating. And so I'm going to enter this delicately, that when this moment transpires where she asks Rudolf Steiner the question that allows him then to bring anthroposophy, this is 1902, that I imagine that as though it were a moment of the being of Anthroposophia herself, asking Rudolf Steiner to create a place for her to come. And what is Marie von Siever's role in that? What is she, how is she, is it like Beatrice to Dante? She's kind of the veil of a being that would speak. Is a physical human being, but that which is speaking through is actually a divine being that's bringing a spiritual impulse to humanity.
Lucifer. Speech.
So I didn't say anything about Lucifer and Sophia to speech. Did you say that, Andre?
Oh,
To color. So Lucifer is the one that washes out the many colors of the being of Isis Sophia to make everything white light.
why?
Yeah, so we no longer, so this is in the Isis Mary Sophia lectures.
Right.
No, the search for the new Isis, the divine Sophia, that were given at Christmas time. So where Rudolf Steiner is pointing at the Copernican revolution, this slaying of Isis. So Osiris is slain and cast into a grave of the earth, and that Isis is slain and cast into the grave of the cosmos. And that she stays in that grave so long as we only have this thought informed by Copernicanism about the cosmos. So we've lost the manifold colors and beauty of this being. So in this, I think of this image that the Egyptians have of the sky goddess Nut. So she's kind of arched over the earth. And at the end of each day, she swallows the sun. It moves through her body. And the radiance of the stars is actually the sunlight in her body. And then every dawn, she gives birth. And underneath her, there are these rows of people that are busy doing things. And then underneath them are these columns of hieroglyphs. Okay, I'm not an Egyptologist, but I have allowed myself to imagine that those columns represent degree by degree the circle of the zodiac. And that after incarnation, we are inscribing into the degrees of the zodiac life experience and deeds. And that through our activity illuminated by the stars, we are activating that from one life to the next.
Yeah, and look
So it's
at
a
what-
picture.
Right. What you brought here, stars and color, Goethe with light and dark. Guys, from the reading of light and dark, like the black and white of Lucifer, there's no color, right?
Yes.
All of this human soul, but it's like all the, it is light. incarnation.
No, I'm not sure that I can repeat that as beautifully as you said it, but Mary was sharing about Goethe's theory of color and light and dark and how the color arises there, but that in the Luciferic, there's no color. It's black and white. And so to awaken that sense of color from the soul, from the human being, which is its true state, but that through intellectualism and intellectual consciousness, we kind of build this science based on reason and logic. So I would say for myself, this is why I do the star work the way I've done it outside of an anthroposophical community, is to really stand for the reality that, with all due respect to the sciences, particularly the science of astronomy, it does not have the monopoly on the way a human being experiences and can know the stars. Poetry, art, color, music, form, these are also valid ways to unlock the mystery of starry worlds. And so to stand for that, so that we don't just fall into the astronomical, well, now the astronomers are the ones that make predictions about what's going to come to pass, not the astrologers, the astronomers. We're going to be struck by a random asteroid. We're going to be swallowed up by the Earth. There's going to, these are predictions that are being made based on the science and the modeling through the science, casting a chart and saying, this is about to happen, take cover. And this is maybe a very crass way to say it, but it's an interesting thing to consider. And Rudolf Steiner does make the statement that the science of astronomy in future, this will be regarded as our contemporary mythology. Not to diminish it, because a mythology has a valid place. And it can, in a certain respect, reflect the moral capacity of those living in the time when that's the thought, that's the dominant thought. Okay, there are more questions in the room here. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh. Struck by the lectures. I'm wondering how verifying and relate led to bring
So Lucian is asking, again, a difficult question. How can a practice of purifying thinking, feeling, and willing help bring astrosophy into a science?
abstract. You're right.
So to safeguard it from being a theoretical abstraction. I'm really not sure how to answer that question. I think that to get to just really being fundamental to how, as a human being, not as an astrosopher, but how, as a human being, do I conceive of my relationship to the stars? And do I even think about it? And then when I do that, where do I get my information? Where does it come from? Do I have access to an astrologer? Do I look at star maps? Where do I get the ideas that I have? Or do I saw the moon and I'm wondering. And what is the path that I follow to get the information? Do I go to books? Do I go to people that I think know? All of this is building a relationship. And I would say a capacity for living thinking. Because to conceive of our planetary system, the motion of the planets and the relationship to the stars requires it of us that we stand on an earth that is not in motion. So we have a concept that the earth is in motion, but our perception is that everything else is actually moving. So the concept and the percept don't match, and that's okay. It's not to say that it's wrong, but in order to come to consciousness, we have to fix something. So we say, okay, I'm going to fix the earth so that I can develop living thinking. The way I know that the thinking has achieved that living nature is that I can then move the earth and not lose it. So it begins with earth. And so that the planets and the stars and the interpretations and even the colors, they don't just float out there, but they belong to a lived experience while I'm awake, standing upright on the earth. Because we think of Earth as a terrestrial body, it is also in a celestial environment. That's its environment. So I think about it. I don't know if that answers your question, but like that's the way I would approach that. And then to look, for me, it's to look through poetry. I mean, the poets of the ages have continued to weave together the inspiration that comes from the spiritual world into human experience and encounter through rhythm, through form, through speech. I mean, it's the word. It's a star word. It's a consonant and a vowel, a star and a planet, clothed in color, spoken through this organ that the gods use to make us human. Okay.
The lower drawing, I don't think we discussed it, but that's the celestial equator, and is that the diagram of where the constellations are?
So the question is about this image board by the left. Yeah, I started with Pisces up, Gemini at the top.
We can't hear you.
Oh, darn. I moved this. So I do this S curve of the zodiac. Starting
Can you
with
look at us
Pisces, yeah.
towards the computer?
What happened?
Oh, there you are.
I have to speak straightforward. Okay, I drew the zodiac in an S curve on the board and never talked about it. So the straight line would be the horizon. And what I was attempting to show was from the point of horizon, when day and night are of equal length, the sun rises up. It's highest above the celestial equator, actually the celestial equator, highest above at Gemini, summer solstice, and it starts to come down, crosses the celestial equator in Virgo. It's down to Sagittarius at the winter solstice and then starts to rise up again. So we have this experience of the rising and the setting through the signs. So for us in the Northern Hemisphere, everything above that line, those are the day wake constellations. That's where the sun is getting highest. And then when it comes down and goes below, those are the inner signs. So there's another way to, if you folded it together, it would look like a circle.
So is that the actual out?
Yes, yeah.
Same question has to do with like conjunction. Square, pi.
So the question is, I'm laughing because that's where I intended to start. Conjunction, square, trine. These are terms that are used by astronomers, and well, not so much astronomers, they'll talk about conjunction, but astrologers in particular, to describe an angle of relationship between the planets. So when you have a chart, so you've got the zodiac in front of you. So the exercise that we first did, where I took us through the houses and said, here's the first house, here's the second house, here's the third house, and we had an experience of the color of the different signs. Then you can put the planets in there. And in order to understand kind of what they're saying to each other about the human being that has this particular configuration, you can read the angle of relationship. So you and I are sitting opposite one another. So this is an opposition. And you could say an opposition could turn into a tug of war. You say, I'm right. You say, you're right. So for instance, I'm looking at a computer screen. I see all these lovely faces and little boxes of everybody that's online. What are you seeing? You're seeing the back, you're seeing the cover. We could get in a fight. Both of us are right. I mean, I'm using that. We don't have to get in a fight, but we could say, no, I'm seeing, this is what it is. It's just this blank backside of a laptop. And I say, no, it's this, I'm looking at all of this content. And opposition can be like that. You can see one side or the other if you get polarized, or you can say, if I can take in the view of the other, then I have a more full experience because you are actually seeing something I can't see. So an opposition can work that way as well. An opposition is like full moon phase in the experience. So an opposition gives that opportunity for really broad perspective, providing you don't get polarized. The conjunction is the exact opposite of that. It's as if you came and sat in this chair with me. We're at the same place looking towards something. So it's a concentration of forces. If you have Jupiter and the sun together, sunlight radiating through the expansiveness of Jupiter, that's a big, I'll share, my mom has that, has 8 children in 10 years. That's quick expansion. In the 5th house, creativity. Yeah. So you see these signatures. So that's the conjunction. Then there's the square, which is a 90-degree angle of relationship. So it's like this. This is oftentimes described as a point of tension and challenge, but it can also be stabilizing. I think it's not going to give in that. And then there's the sextile. Give you the degrees of separation.
So how many degrees of separation is in the conjunction?
0, right together. In the opposition, it's up 180. In the square, it's 90 degrees. I said sextile, that's a 60-degree angle of relationship. But then there's also something called a trine, T-R-I-N-E, which is a 120-degree angle. The trines, in those relationships, you get signs that share an element. Aries is fire, Leo is fire, Sagittarius is fire. They trine each other. The earth signs, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. They trine each other. The air signs, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. And then the water signs in a Western astrological tradition, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces. So then, if you say, okay, just going from the elements, how well do fire and water get along? Is water going to put fire out? Is fire going to cause water to steam? So what happens when Aries fire sign comes into relationship with Scorpio water sign? What's going on there? Just in the dynamic of the elements. So this is one way to enter into it. So in addition to looking at the quality or the characteristic of a sign, quality and characteristic of a house, quality and characteristic of a planet, and then the nature of angle of relationship, all of these are elements that can be read to try to discern the gesture of the life. And you have to know certain things. What's rising up? And what is that rising sign? Where is the destiny axis? The nodes. Where is the door open on what this individual is trying to bring? And actually, you can learn more about a human life by looking at the death chart than the birth chart, but you have to wait till the person dies. Seems strange, but it reveals a lot about what the life was about. So there are certain things that are achieved. Yes, the moment of the last breath, and that carries one out. So the question is, can you read a death chart like you do a birth chart? It is the signature of the life. I would say the birth chart is the signature of the time between death and rebirth. So what we're looking at in a birth chart is what you intended, what you're bringing with you into this. The death chart is what you did. And it can give indication of what you will do.
On that turning point, 20 years old.
Yeah, it's a good question. So Gordon is asking about this turning point of time, which at least in the Star Spoke Once to Man verse is actually pointing at, okay, this is silent now. What are you doing talking about astrology? So in the work of Willy Zucker through astrosophy, what he did was to kind of follow in the footsteps of Johannes Kepler. In 1604 or 1603, rather, there had been a great conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter. And the Arabic astrologers were saying, watch what happens when the planet Mars catches up with Saturn and Jupiter. If there is other celestial phenomenon, that will be the signature of this time. Mm-hmm. So about 9 months after that great conjunction, as Mars was approaching where Saturn and Jupiter were, they were still kind of close together. The astronomy community was looking, a star went supernova. And it was seen by many, many astronomers, not by Kepler. It was cloudy where he was. But it's called Kepler's star because he gathered all of the data about it and wrote about it. And also it's connected to the opening of the tomb of Christian Rosenkreuz. And this is when the manuscript of the Chemical Wedding first appears. But what this inspired in Kepler was looking back through the ages in that 20-year rhythm of time, the great conjunctions of Saturn and Jupiter. And it was what led him to the idea that it was a great conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter that the wise men of the East, the Zarathustrian initiates, were following the star of their master. This was what, it was that kind of a thing that indicated to them the incarnation is about to happen. Great conjunction, Mars catches up, there's a celestial phenomena, it's coming. So Willy Zucker, as I understand it, looked back to the time of the life of the Christ being, the 3 1/3 years that the Christ was incarnate in the physical world, and looked at what were the planets doing at that time. And so you can take these, the gestures of the planets. Venus over an 8-year period of time will describe a 5-pointed star, a pentagram. Mercury over 1 year, making 3 retrograde loops, will describe a 6-pointed star. Mars over every 2 years, Mars will come to retrograde. I can't remember how many years it takes for it to create this square pattern. And then with Jupiter and Saturn, every 20 years they meet. And over time, this creates a great trigon or a great triangle that moves through space. So he looked into the life and the time of the Christ being and projected through calculation, through mathematical calculation, when did these events take place and what's happening in the life of the Christ being and what's the star picture behind it. And then look at the life of an individual now and see the recurrence of those things. So for instance, what's the star picture that's happening when the Christ being encounters the Syrophoenician woman at the well? She asks for a healing for her daughter because of an issue of blood. So he aligns this to a certain relationship between Venus and the sun. Now, during any 9-month gestation, Venus is going to do something with the sun during that period of time. And you can see the signature potentially of that event or several other events that took place. So reading a birth chart through the lens of the Christ consciousness, which is different than just giving an astrological interpretation that isn't rooted in the mystery of the Christ. And how does it show the capacity for the soul spirit being to fully inhabit the physical? And so he worked a lot with children with in the Camp Hill movement to really try to understand in the star picture what could help someone come fully into incarnation. This is how I understand. So I would say knowing the position of the heavens at the time of your birth can be very informing. The trick is to not get caught into interpreting and predicting it in a way that surrenders your self-directing forces to something outside of you. Yeah. It's time. Okay, so I want to say thank you. It seems like we got into a lot of, I mean, I love the question and answer, but I just, before I say an official goodbye, does anybody have something that they needed clarified or that you wanted that we didn't touch. Very forgiving audience. Thank you so much.
Where can we get a birth chart done, Mary?
When can you get a birth chart done? Oh, the big question. Email me. If you email me, I can. If it's not me, I can guide you to someone. Well, no, yeah, I really didn't give you enough to do your own. I also didn't give you a good bibliography. Part of me is, well, Hazel Straker didn't tell me what books to read either. Just chanted my name to me. So I'm happy to answer. Gosh, I didn't bring water for myself. Yeah, that's it. My voice is giving way. Thank you. I want to end with the verse that we started with, if I may. So this is to the planets. Rudolf Steiner from April 22nd, 1924. Cosmic born being, thou clothed in light, strengthened by sun, in the realm of moon's might. Blessed art thou by Mars's creative ringing, and Mercury's swiftness, mobility bringing. Illumined by wisdom from Jupiter's raying, and by Venus's beauty, love portraying, so that Saturn's venerable spirit ways might consecrate thee to the world of space and time. Thank you for joining. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Ah, big deep breath.
Hi, thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. It was wonderful.
Oh, thank you, Barb.
Thanks, Mary. Bye.
Thank you, Nisha. Thank you for your questions. Yeah. Do you have my email address?
I have to find it. I don't have it, but I can ask Andre.
Okay, good. Okay. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.